Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumegojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
holy, holy, holy. Nnamdi Kanu is another savior.
And it is that apologies. I didn't even realize. Well, I did realize I was muted. So let me not even tell a fib. But good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. Another afternoon session. And before we start off, apologies. There's going to be a little bit of background noise in the background for reasons that I've got my little boy here with me. So there will be a little bit of background noise. If the noise becomes intolerable, then I'll just shut the session down and then we'll reconvene for the usual time. But there will be a little bit of background noise. But nevertheless, I will push through that, hopefully. So, yeah, good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. Hope you're having a glorious day so far. Hope the day is going wonderfully for you. So another afternoon session, as I said, we are trying to start to reintroduce the afternoon sessions slowly by slowly. Slowly by slowly, that's Nigerian English right there, isn't it? Slowly by slowly. Just slowly with our doors, slowly by slowly. Look at that. That's straight out of the inner depths of Moshe Olosha. So slowly by slowly, so we are reintroducing the afternoon sessions in bits, in drips and drabs. But this is the drip from yesterday's drab. So yeah, but the afternoon sessions, they'll be mainly wrapped around reacting to something, a video, an interview, etc., that's happened in the news cycle. So that's going to be the theme of the afternoon session. So to all of you, either listening now or listening later, send me interesting interviews. It has to be at least 20 minutes long. That's the only proviso, so that we are able to wrap a session around it. So the afternoon sessions will be reacting to especially interviews or videos or clips out in the media space. It has to be 20 minutes or 15 to 20 minutes, 15 minutes minimum long. So it gives us the window to react to it. So if you come across anything that strikes you as interesting and you think that will slot into the afternoon session, so just send it to me via my Instagram handle, which most of you should have by now. But good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Hope you're having a great day. The protocol, click on like. Like now. If you've not clicked on like, please click on like. Actually, let me put my survey up. I usually put up a survey. You know, I put up this survey really just to encourage people to, they call it a call to action. It's really to encourage people to do a certain thing. So I put up the survey to say, have you liked and subscribed? It's only really to set the thought that if you haven't already, then please do that. So like and subscribe, and then say yes to the survey once you have done that. So like and subscribe. So I'm just doing a little bit. Hold on, I'm not hearing myself in feedback. So let me just put up that survey quickly and then we kick it off. We're going to be responding to Akin Osuntokun, who has come out in the media space to speak to the genesis of what's exactly led to this now fight that we're seeing between El Rufai and Nuhu Ribadu. So that's what we'll be speaking to. So we're going to be reacting to Osuntokun coming out in the media space to give us the genesis of what has now led to these wild accusations and allegations from El Rufai towards Nuhu Ribadu, and Nuhu Ribadu using his office to push against El Rufai's politics. So let's put it that way. So we'll be looking at the genesis of that. But before we go to anything, as I said, click on like if you haven't done that already. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, I'll put up, did I already put it up? So I'll put up a hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come and join me on the screen, just click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio, and then you can have the conversation if you want the conversation. So that's the hyperlink right there. Like, share, and subscribe. Click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Use the $sign at the bottom of the stream to super chat towards the session, and say hello to me in the comment section as well. That's the most important bit. Say hello to me in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back to you. So say hello to me in the comment section. You know how I love my hellos. So say hello to me in the comment section. Saying hello so far is Mongo Park, who is saying another savior that has risen up in Sokoto jail. So that's somewhat an aside to Nnamdi Kanu right there. So say hello to me in the comment section, engage with the session and all that. So let's get started. Like I said, we'll be responding to Akin Osuntokun coming out in the media space to give us the backstory to what has now led to this mortal fight to the death that is taking place between Nuhu Ribadu and El Rufai. So we pick it up from here. Tell me in the comment section if you can hear the clip. Very, very important. If you cannot hear the clip, then you won't be part of the conversation. So tell me in the comment section if you can hear the clip. So I'll start playing it now.
Tonight on Prime Time, we revisit a political backroom moment that may have shaped rivalries still reverberating through Nigeria's power corridors. In 2007, as President Olusegun Obasanjo prepared to leave office, a discreet caucus was...
So tell me in the comment section if you can hear the clip. Tell me in the comment section if you can hear the Arise News clip. So I need you to tell me that before we carry on. So tell me, yes, we can hear it. At least one person should say something. Can you hear the Arise clip? Okay, I'll wait for somebody to respond. You know, it's a participatory sport, you know. If you can't at least say yes or no, then what's the point? I'll give it 10 seconds and then maybe we just call it a day. Can you hear the Arise clip? Can you hear this clip that I'm playing? Just say that's all you are needed to do. Now just say yes. That's all. What? Oh, all right. So, like I said, this is down memory lane. Fast forward to give us then the backdrop, the backstory to what has now led to this mortal fight between El Rufai and Nuhu Ribadu. So, like I said, this is a front row account. This is a bird's eye view. This is a person that was sat in exactly the room where the genesis of the beef that is happening between Ribadu and El Rufai, where the genesis of that beef was seeded. So we pick it up from here.
Tonight on Prime Time, we revisit a moment that may have shaped rivalries still reverberating through Nigeria's power corridors. In 2007, as President Olusegun Obasanjo prepared to leave office, a discreet caucus was constituted to design his exit strategy. Around that table sat some of the most consequential figures of the era, including Nasir El Rufai, Nuhu Ribadu, and our guest tonight, Akin.
So for the benefit, I'm sure you can hear what Charles is saying, but what Charles is saying is that when Obasanjo came to the end of his tenure, which will be around about 2007 thereabout, he assembled a team to design how he exits office and hands over to somebody else. So what does that tell us? That already tells us that the Nigerian presidency is nothing to do with the electorate, because whatever that committee that Obasanjo assembled at that time, whatever and whoever they come up with, ultimately will be your president. There is nothing that shakes it. The only anomalous instance, the only anomaly that we've ever had to that power arrangement was Buhari forcing Goodluck Jonathan out of office. And the only way that was possible was because Goodluck Jonathan, it doesn't belong to any bloc. He's a political outsider. So they were able to force him out. But this arrangement, this committee that Obasanjo set up to design his exit plan out of office was essentially the election taking place, because whoever that committee came up with is exactly the person that is going to be your president. So it's always been, there was never a time that it wasn't like that. There has never been a time, apart from the last election, there has never been a time up to 2023 where the electorate decided who governed them in Nigeria. It's always been decided for us. It is only in 2023 when the Nigerian people decided that no, it's Tinubu that we want. That's the only instance that we've ever had the Nigerians choose their president. In every other instance, it's always been a gentleman's club behind the curtains, closed door meeting in the dead of the night. That's how your president and rulers are decided.
Corridors. In 2007, as President Olusegun Obasanjo prepared to leave office, a discrete caucus was constituted to design his exit strategy. Around that table sat some of the most consequential figures of the era, including Nasir El Rufai, Nuhu Ribadu, and our guest tonight, Akin Osuntokun, then political advisor to the president. According to Osuntokun, that group advanced a bold
some of you may remember this Akin Osuntokun. Well, I can't even pronounce his name. Osuntokun. So some of you may remember this Akin Osuntokun. By the way, he was one of the champions of the Peter Obi narrative in the 2023 elections. So just 2 points. Akin Osuntokun, as you know, I think he actually replaced who was that guy that died? That Dr. Okupe. So it was Akin Osuntokun that replaced Okupe as the director of as the director general of the Peter Obi campaign movement back in 2023. So you all remember that. The other thing that you need to remember or know if you don't know is that Akin Osuntokun is an Obasanjo boy. So for Akin Osuntokun to have been the director of Peter Obi's campaign structures back in 2023, for that to have been the case, that is to tell you then that Peter Obi is essentially an Obasanjo project. So just to give you a bit of that background knowledge.
Proposition, presenting El Rufai as their preferred presidential candidate. But Obasanjo rejected the move outright, insisting instead on Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, a choice he said to have viewed through the prism of loyalty as rejection, so the seeds of the feud now raging between El Rufai and Ribadu.
So that is essentially the essence of it right there. So for months and years now, I've always told you that El Rufai had the first opportunity then to become the president of Nigeria. That was when Obasanjo was leaving office. It was actually at the prime seat. It wasn't even Yar'Adua. It was at the prime seat to replace Obasanjo. But as ever, his ego got ahead of his politics and he was outmaneuvered, just as he has been outmaneuvered in politics ever since. So ego over everything else. You know, what is that book again? The Never Outdo the Master. Is that Machiavelli or something? Never outshine the master. That is what Machiavelli told us. Is it Machiavelli or somebody else? But that's the golden rule. Never outshine the master. So this is El Rufai, who places his ego above and beyond and ahead of his self-interest. So he was meant to replace Obasanjo back then, but he was outmaneuvered because he didn't politics properly, and up pops Yar'Adua to come and hand over to, even if you look at this image of Yar'Adua, this is back then, you could see he was on his way out anyway. Look at his skin. You can, even the illness is showing through the skin, but there it is. Let's carry on.
Loyalty and history, recalling his old association with Yar'Adua's brother, Shehu Musa Yar'Adua. So what happened in that room? Did that rejection sow the seeds of the feud now raging between El Rufai and Ribadu? Was it ideology, ambition, betrayal, or a clash of deferred egos? Or was there something else that took place that led to this moment? Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by the former political advisor to President Obasanjo and former Director General of the 2023 Labour Party Campaign Council, Akin Osuntokun. Thank you very much indeed for coming.
Thank you very much, Charles. I'm glad to hear.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, same here.
Take us back to 2007.
2006.
2006. How this caucus was convened and what exactly was its mandate?
Well, individually, we were close to the president. That was a kind of...
Right, just as an aside, if you look at how Akin Osuntokun, and it will be the better part of, even at the most conservative estimate, it will be, at least it will be in his 60s, early to mid, almost certainly. So if you look at how Akin Osuntokun constructs and assembles himself, you can see that this guy is still chasing babes. You can see that your daughter, look at the funky glasses, look at the Mohican haircut, look at the expensive t-shirts, look at him preening and peacocking. You can tell that this guy is still chasing babes. Your daughter is not safe with this man.
Father... some relationship.
And that was President Obasanjo,
yes,
of course.
With almost all of us, were like, where we got along very well socially and of course politically. So when he decided, to put together an exit strategy, he then convened us into a formal caucus, 9 of us. It was chaired by the Attorney General at that time, Bayoju, now to kind of guide the process, make corrections and adjustments where necessary, and also to speculate on who should be successful. So he said, so there were 2 or 3 groups: the governors group, the ministers group, forgetting the other group, from which we can source the presidential candidate.
The presidential successor, basically.
Yes,
right.
Successor. I remember in the minister's category, he favored Adamu Bello, who was minister of...
Look at how Charles left very quickly. Look at how Charles left very quickly to adjust and amend those words. So Akin Osuntokun was telling us that they were looking for a presidential candidate, but Charles very quickly corrected him that you were looking for a presidential successor. So that's just to tell you then that whoever emerged as the candidate at that time would have taken that post as president, and that was what subsequently happened.
I agree. But later, the governors were a very powerful caucus, and he worked quite closely with them. So the governors, impressed on him that he should take one of them, as a candidate. So he had no problem resolving on who that should be.
All right. I just wanted to pause you there. What Akin Osuntokun said there is exactly how politics works in Nigeria, where people narrow it, ultimately to narrow it to themselves. So Obasanjo assembled this caucus to go and search for his successor, and then the northern governors, they quickly piped up that no, Obasanjo is a southern candidate, it's a southern president. So for equibalance, power now has to come to the north. So the successor of Obasanjo now has to be a northerner. So now, just with that singular move, they have now isolated that price now, that position now. They've isolated it to themselves. And that is how the power dynamic works in Nigeria. So you isolate it, you narrow it until you narrow it to your individual self. So even within that northern space, there'll be a further sieving of of geostructures. They will say, oh no, Abata was from here, Abdul Salam was from there, these people, blah, 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 until they narrow it to that individuality. So I just wanted you to acknowledge that moment, what Osuntokun was saying there, that Obasanjo said, go and search for my successor. And they were they were searching the width of Nigeria. They narrowed it to the north. And then the governors, they insisted that it has to be a state governor that succeeds Obasanjo. So having then established those parameters, it's now narrowed the field to about 16 or so. I think we have 16 northern governors. And then if you cut out the middle belt, etc., then it further narrows it to the northeast, northwest. And then when you narrow it even further, the northeast is essentially Kanuri land. If you cut it even further, then it narrows it to the northwest, which then narrows it to just a handful of possibilities. And that is how the politics works.
First, the North-South Rotation Convention had excluded the South, so it has to come from the South, from the North. And among the governors of the North, Umaru Yar'Adua was relatively more credible. He has integrity, he hardly socializes. You go to him, you go to visit him anytime after PM, you are not likely to see him. You will have made preparations for your visit to where you will sleep. And so, of course, was a very intelligent, educated person. And of course, he had a relation when he was going to run the presidential primaries race in 1999, that the first governor to declare for him was Umaru Yar'Adua. That when he was discussing with Umaru Yar'Adua, he said, okay, let's start from here. Katsina State, we'll get Katsina State. And then from then on.
Right.
And and of course, he saw him.
So you've heard the phrase "pay it forward." I'm sure you've heard the phrase that you pay something forward. So you do something that is altruistic. You do something that does not necessarily serve your interest in that moment in time, but in the future, that act of good that you have done will come back to pay you its reward. So what Akin Osuntokun was telling us there was that when Obasanjo was jostling to succeed Abdul Salam as the first president of the Fourth Republic, as the military pulls out and the civilians pull in, he was canvassing, and Yar'Adua was the first person to lend his support to say that, look, look, was it even then or for his second term? But essentially, Yar'Adua was one of the first governors, even if not the first governor, to show open backing for Tinubu, Obasanjo's presidency. So he showed that open backing, and then when Obasanjo is about to leave office, his memories harken back to that selfless act of support that Yar'Adua afforded him. And then so he then brings that in to then now repay that favor. Do you see? So that's what paying it forward is all about.
I mean, naturally.
Yeah, but that came later on. I mean, when your group presented El Rufai as a preferred presidential option, how serious was that proposal? Was it exploratory or was it a coordinated push on you guys? And we're also curious to know how Ribadu, who was part of that group, reacted to it.
He was actually avoiding President Obasanjo. He suspected that we were going to come up with a Rufai. So he always tries to, So, but we had resolved that. I mean, it was a consensus, that, but we also suspected that you may have other, but nonetheless, we said we should push this on him.
Right.
You know,
And Nuhu Ribadu accepted that
oh yes,
decision?
it was
I
actually.
mean, they were quite good friends at the time.
It was actually one of the main motivators. He and Rufai were like this. They were 5 and 6 years. You know, they were quite close. I mean, and of course, you know.
So the space that Akin Osuntokun is describing is as early as 2007, when the successor for Obasanjo, as we have said, was being determined, and they were championing, you know, because Obasanjo assembled a team to go and look for a successor, and they were championing El Rufai then to succeed Obasanjo. And one of the voices propelling El Rufai to that post was Nuhu Ribadu. So that was how tight they were, just as early as 2007.
Being from the north, they are very high profile, and both of them are very efficient and effective public officers. You know, Nasiru's record in the FCT and Nu as chairman of EFCC, they're quite close. You know, I mean, you know that. So it was easy for it was a done deal as far as we were concerned, but apparently the president had his own agenda.
And ultimately, he chose Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, as you said. And that decision, from your assessment, was driven more by loyalty or by calculation or by control, his capacity to control the person.
No. I didn't figure that there was a capacity to. Actually, if you were to pick from the pool of the governors from the north, you know, Umaru had almost the best credentials, and it was, but it was a highly disciplined person. As I said, you know, relative integrity, credibility.
Right. Well, I mean, that's an era that's
and
gone.
Then, of course, his brother is, you know, I think that the image of Shehu Yar'Adua was always on Obasanjo's mind, you know, when
but now that you look back with hindsight, given all the things that have happened, do you think the...
Right. For the benefit of our Gen Z followers, our latter day reign followers, the new entrants into the Nigerian political space, Yar'Adua, who was the president that succeeded Obasanjo, that was Umaru Yar'Adua. He's the younger brother of Shehu Musa Yar'Adua. So who was Shehu Musa Yar'Adua? Shehu Musa Yar'Adua was the deputy of Obasanjo when Obasanjo was the military head of state in Nigeria. So you see this cycle. So they're somewhat keeping it in-house. So that was what Akin Osuntokun was hinting at there.
Suggestion of your caucus of El Rufai was politically naive, or as Obasanjo reportedly said, because Obasanjo, I understand, said it was politically naive of you.
Yeah.
Or was it strategically bold on your part? I mean,
like he told us, he said he knows El Rufai more than us. So we should, you know.
I mean, we saw the way he referred to El Rufai later on in his book.
So that was what he,
which is not very complimentary.
Exactly, you know, that he didn't want to be too harsh on him, on Nasiru, and not considering. So he just kind of said, "Look, you guys, you don't know what I know about him," and that in any case, the governor's caucus was very powerful, you know, and needed them, you know, to mobilize support for more. So that again worked against El Rufai. That it was not a government.
And what was El Rufai's reaction to all of that? Do you recall?
We took it straight.
I mean, himself.
Yes, he didn't feel too about.
You know, that was the last and only window for El Rufai to be the president of Nigeria, because it was at that moment in time, it was all these characters like Osuntokun, Nuhu Ribadu, etc., and a whole bunch of young Turks of that time. It was those spaces that seeded the idea that it could be president in the mind of El Rufai, and that idea has been germinating in his mind ever since. But the window has not opened for him ever since then to be the president of Nigeria. So Obasanjo chose Umaru Yar'Adua to succeed him. So that window does not open. Umar Yar'Adua dies, but Umaru Yar'Adua had the deputy, so that window did not open. So now when they were looking to force Goodluck Jonathan out of office, Buhari still had presidential ambition. El Rufai was not a strong enough of a nationally known name to have been used as the bullhorn to force Goodluck Jonathan out of office. So that window did not still open. So when it was time for Buhari to leave office, it was then time for the South to come back in. So that window still did not open for El Rufai, but El Rufai was trying to open that window subsequently for himself. So when El Rufai was backing Tinubu all the way through in that election, saying that power should transit to the South, he was playing the game of succeeding Tinubu. So he'll help Tinubu to get into office. Tinubu serves his term, and then he succeeds Tinubu. That was the El Rufai plan, and it was a direct lift of the template of Tinubu. So he saw what Tinubu did to arrive himself at the presidential villa, and then he was trying to copy and paste that onto his ambition, but he has been outmaneuvered. Who outmaneuvered him? The person that was championing, this is Nuhu Ribadu, the person that was championing and seeding the idea that he could be president in his head as far back as 2007. So it was still this same Nuhu Ribadu that was pushing him towards the presidential villa in 2020, in 2007. This same Nuhu Ribadu now is now the one putting up guardrails to prevent him from accessing the presidential villa. And that is now how the mortal fight to finish started.
Obasanjo was going to accept him. I think he had that.
Yeah, he felt he wasn't going to be.
Yeah.
But I mean, that 2006 episode, because you said that he and Nuhu Ribadu at the time were very close, and Nuhu Ribadu was actually pushing his candidacy, El Rufai's candidacy. So there was no sense at all in your assessment that might have marked the beginning of the personal and political rupture between El Rufai and Ribadu.
No, not at all.
So when did that rupture occur?
What happened was that we felt, the group felt that Umaru as president was going to adopt us, the same, that we were going to be with him as president. So it was easy to, it was somebody who could work with, and so that sense of, is moral, a sense of part of the family and so on. It wasn't difficult. It wasn't a difficult outcome. Decision as far as we were concerned.
Right, but what I'm curious to know, because time is going fast, is when did the political rupture between I understand there was
yes, that was how I was making reference to Umaru.
Right,
but Umaru didn't want us near him. I mean, he wasn't well disposed towards us, especially towards Rufai, and so that breach, destabilized the group, so to say, and then metamorphosed it. It went on to become some kind of victimizing, witch-hunting Nuhu and El Rufai. So they had to leave the country and go on exile. But so that, I don't want to use the word backfire, but it led to a rise in their political profile, both of them, because of the way they were treated, and
yes. So I remember some of that, because there were a lot of probes and things.
Exactly. Yeah. So Bola Tinubu then, well, he was a kingmaker. He had left as governor of Lagos State in 2007. He wanted to support or sponsor somebody since it was viewed as a
All right. I want you to listen keenly to what I want you to listen keenly to what Akin Osuntokun says next, because what Akin Osuntokun says next is the beginnings of the divide. It's the chasm. It is what led to this friction and tension between Ribadu and El Rufai. So what Tinubu did at that moment in time is what led to the chasm that has now merged into a mortal battle, a battle to the death between Nuhu Ribadu and El Rufai. So listen very keenly to what Akin Osuntokun says next.
the turn of the North. He wanted.
Yeah.
So Bola Tinubu then, well, he was a kingmaker. He had left as governor of Lagos State in 2007. He wanted to support or sponsor somebody since it was viewed as a turn of the North. He wanted to support a member of the younger generation from the North, whom he could support, put his own Southwest support behind.
Right.
And then so he did a public opinion survey. Nobody knew, did it? I'm sure everybody didn't know. So the result of the opinion clearly favors Nuhu Ribadu. The opinion poll, Nuhu got 45%, Erufai 7%, and so on and so forth. So it was on that basis that Tinubu.
So that also introduces us to the inner working. So what he was saying essentially was that Tinubu was a kingmaker even as far back as 2007, and then he was trying to pick the champion within the North. And in trying to pick the champion within the North, he did a survey of all of the major actors within that North. And that survey returned Nuhu Ribadu overwhelmingly as the new age champion of the North. That's essentially what I'll scroll it back so you hear it again. So that was what it was entirely about science. So about sampling, about data, about statistics, about the temperature of the people at that time. But that was the seeding then of what has now transmerged into this mortal battle between El Rufai and Nuhu Ribadu.
The result of the opinion clearly favors Nuhu Ribadu, a member of the younger generation from the North, whom he could support, put his own Southwest support behind.
Right.
And then so he did a public opinion survey. Nobody knew, did it? I'm sure everybody didn't know. So the result of the opinion clearly favors Nuhu Ribadu. The opinion poll, Nuhu got 45%, Erufai 7%, and so on and so forth. So it was on that basis that Tinubu reached
Hello, is anybody still there? I wonder. My internet dropped me. Apologies for that. Sorry, Dami. My internet dropped me. So, where were we? Let me bring up. Let me bring up back up. Where was I? All right. All right. So we pick it up from here. So we carry on. Let me know if you can still hear it in the comment section.
He was a kingmaker. He had left as governor of Lagos State in 2007. He wanted to support or sponsor somebody since it was viewed as a turn of the North. He wanted to support a member of the younger generation from the North, whom he could support, put his own Southwest support behind.
Right.
And then so he did a public opinion survey. Nobody knew, did it? I'm sure everybody didn't know. So the result of the opinion clearly favors Ribadu. The opinion poll, got 45%, Rufai 7%, and so on and so forth. So it was on that basis that Tinubu reached out for Nu and adopted him as a candidate.
Yes, he became the presidential candidate. Was that the ACN?
Exactly, but I think that was when the bad blood set in, with Nasiru, that the rating kind of elevating Nu above him. And I think he never really got out of that disappointment.
Right, but then he subsequently became governor of Kaduna State and all the rest of it. I mean, two-term governor. I mean, surely that would have sated whatever,
it didn't get right.
Ego there was, their bruised ego.
No, it didn't get right. And of course, if you compare the two of them, he had an upper hand by becoming the governor of Kaduna State for 8 years.
If we're going by, and you have to tell me in the comment section if you can still hear Akin Oshitokun, by the way. But if we were going by what Akin Oshitokun is saying, then what we're seeing playing out now in contemporaneous politics, what we're seeing playing out in the politics of the here and now, is ambitions long-standing unfulfilled, that is concerned that it might never ever get fulfilled. So let me break that down. I'm talking about ambitions that has been long there, not yet fulfilled, but that ambition is coming to the alarming realization that it might never be fulfilled. So Akin Oshitokun is telling us right here that when Obasanjo was leaving office, it was El Rufai that was the front runner to replace him. They pushed El Rufai quite aggressively, but the politics played out. No sound. This is what I keep saying to you guys. You have to tell me now. If you don't tell me, then I don't know. I've been playing it and responding to it, but you're not telling me if you can hear it or not. Let me play you a little bit of music, and then I'll refresh it so you can come back up. But you guys have to participate as well. That's just the thing. If you're giving me feedback, then I can know what your experiences are as you're watching and listening. All right. I need you to tell me if you can hear the clip, because it is this clip that the session wraps around and I'm reacting to. So if you cannot hear it, then there is no point. But I can only know if you can hear it or not if you tell me. So I'll play it now, and then you tell me if you can hear it.
Some kind of victimizing, chanting no and Rufai. So they had to leave the country and go on exile. But so that, I don't want to use the word backfire, but it led to a rise in their political profile, both of them, because of the way they were treated and,
Yes.
So
I remember some of that because, there were a lot of probes and things.
Exactly.
Against them, yeah.
So Bola Tinubu then was a kingmaker. He had left as governor of Lagos State in 2000.
So what Akin Osuntokun is telling, that's why I'm just being so particular that you hear it. What Akin Osuntokun is explaining to us here is where the enmity between El Rufai and between El Rufai and Ribadu, where it started, the exact point in time, because they were best of friends up to a certain point in 2007, 2008. So after that particular point, they became the worst of enemies. So from best of friends to the worst of enemies. So what event took place that made El Rufai and Ribadu to go from best of friends to worst of enemy? What was that change in point? And that changing point is all down to Tinubu, and this is what Akin Osuntokun is about to explain to us now. So that's why I am so particular that you hear it. So pay keen attention to what he says subsequently. And apologies for the background noise if you can hear any. I've got my little boy with me.
He wanted to support or sponsor somebody since it was viewed as a turn of the North. He wanted to support a member of the younger generation from the North, the way they were treated and,
Yes.
So
I remember some of that because, there were a lot of probes and things.
Exactly.
Against them, yeah.
So Bola Tinubu then he was a kingmaker. He had left as governor of Lagos State in 2007. He wanted to support or sponsor somebody since it was viewed as a turn of the North. He wanted to support a member of the younger generation from the North, whom he could support, put his own Southwest support behind.
Right.
And then so he did a public opinion survey. Nobody knew, did it? I'm sure everybody didn't know. So the result of the opinion clearly favored Nuhu Ribadu. The opinion poll, Nuhu got 45%, Rufai 7%, and so on and so forth. So it was on that basis that Tinubu reached out for Nuhu and adopted him as a candidate.
Yes, he became the presidential candidate of that the ACN.
Exactly, but I think that was when the
So it was at that exact moment that the enmity between El Rufai and Ribadu started. It was at that exact moment in time. So Obasanjo leaves office, Yar'Adua comes in, Tinubu leaves office as the governor of Lagos State and is now looking to become a national player at the presidential level. He still has his party, the ACN, and he wants a northern candidate in order to be in that play. He did a survey to determine who amongst the younger generation of northerners was the most viable. That survey returned that Nuhu Ribadu had 45% viability and El Rufai had single-digit viability. You'll recall that back in those days, there was a point in time that Nuhu Ribadu was the presidential candidate of the ACN, which was Tinubu's party. So it was as a result of a scientific sampling of the polls that emerged him then as the front player for Tinubu as the northern champion. And Tinubu has adopted him ever since. Do you remember, even when you hear Nuhu Ribadu speak to Tinubu, do you remember when Tinubu was coming off a plane? It was a clip that went viral. If I can find it, I'll bring it up and come and play it to you. It was a clip that went viral. Tinubu was disembarking from a plane, And Nuhu Ribadu was part of the entourage that went to receive him. And you could audibly hear Nuhu Ribadu say, Daddy, Ekabosa. So that is the depth of the establishment of that synergy between Nuhu Ribadu and Tinubu. So Tinubu adopts Nuhu Ribadu, jettisons El Rufai. He's been championing Nuhu Ribadu ever since, and that is the genesis of the friendship turned rivalry, now turned enmity between Nuhu Ribadu and El Rufai.
Bad blood setting, with Nasiru that the rating kind of elevating who blood setting, with out for Nu and adopted him as a candidate.
Yes, he became the presidential candidate. Was that the ACN?
Exactly, but I think that was when the bad blood setting, with Nasiru that the rating kind of elevating who above him. And I think he never really got out of that disappointment.
Right, but then he subsequently became governor of Kaduna State and all the rest of it. I mean, two-term governor. I mean, surely that would have sated whatever,
it didn't get right.
Ego there was, their bruised ego.
No, it didn't get right. And of course, if you compare the two of them, he had an upper hand by becoming the governor of Kaduna State for 8 years, while Nu was languishing in political awareness. So, and then Nu solidified his relationship with Tinubu. He had become his confidant, all through that period. Of course, when Nasiru was governor. You remember the minister nomination.
Yes.
And Tinubu had already appointed Nu as NSA, which was a very powerful position, and well.
So I have to pause it there. So the story now, the El Rufai was a governor under the Buhari administration. So in terms of the rivalry between El Rufai and Nuhu Ribadu, the power dynamism now moves firmly in El Rufai's hands, because not only was El Rufai a governor of an important state, because Kaduna State is a highly important state within the Nigerian mix, he was also an important member of the inner caucus of Buhari. So it was as powerful as it possibly could be without being president under the Buhari administration. So that rivalry, that enmity between El Rufai and Nuhu Ribadu, El Rufai, the power dynamism moved sharply towards El Rufai for reasons of the personality that he was under the Buhari administration. But in terms of the political brinksmanship, Nuhu Ribadu is still stayed with the Tinubu narrative. He still retained his loyalty to Tinubu even through those dark Buhari years. Because what Nuhu Ribadu calculated was that Buhari may be the president, but Tinubu is probably the most potent actor within the political field. Buhari becoming president is essentially Tinubu placing him there. And Tinubu had not shown any ebbing in his political potency. So it was that political potency that Nuhu Ribadu vested his loyalty on. And El Rufai had the expanse of being a big actor within an administration that is already in situation. So that was where the dynamism comes in. So, all this rivalry is still who amongst Nuhu Ribadu or El Rufai becomes president of Nigeria. So it's one or the other. It cannot be the both of them. So the advantage moves to El Rufai in terms of him being a senior actor within the Buhari administration. But El Rufai now tries to encroach into the political base of Nuhu Ribadu as Buhari was coming out of power. El Rufai was the primal voice that was advocating for power to transit to the south. And when El Rufai was advocating for power to transit to the south, it had no other meaning than power should go to Tinubu, because forget your or any silly nonsense person. If power was coming to the south, power was coming to Tinubu. So when El Rufai backed that narrative of power coming to the south and he went on to champion it, he was holding on to the power base that he'd already established within the Buhari hegemony, and it was now encroaching into Nuhu Ribadu's power base, which was the Tinubu narrative. So do you see, he was trying to grab it all in order to solidify its position. So El Rufai pushes for Tinubu to become president. Tinubu subsequently becomes president. So El Rufai is sitting pretty. But the one thing about Tinubu, which everybody concedes, everybody that speaks about Tinubu that knows him, the first thing that they always say is that he always stays loyal to his people. And who are his people? His people is Nuhu Ribadu, people like that. So when Tinubu became president, he, because we're in the final lap now, so it's a 400-mile race, and we're in the last 100 meters towards the finishing line. So we're now in terms of the race for the presidency between Ribadu and El Rufai. So this is the dash to the finishing line now. So now when Tinubu became president, the loyalty to his own people, one of the first appointments he made was to appoint Nuhu Ribadu as the national security advisor. So that was one of the first appointments he made. But what Tinubu always also does is it rewards people that help him. So Tinubu had always been speaking in glowing terms about El Rufai throughout the course of that election and post the election as well. So when they were at Chatham House, you recall that El Rufai was one of the people that Tinubu highlighted and all that. El Rufai said he was going to abandon politics for a while to go into academia. Tinubu said he wasn't going to let him. And as soon as Tinubu became president, as he was gathering names for actors within his administration, El Rufai was one of the names that Tinubu sent to the Senate for approval. So that's where the game is so far. So that was where the game is at that time. So El Rufai rising high, Ribadu coming back up as a result of Tinubu being president and him now having that office of the NSA. So now, when they sent the names of the actors that are going to be players within the Tinubu's administration to the Senate, the Senate then subsequently sent those names to the security agencies for vetting. So that's because that's what the due process requires. So they sent the names to the security agencies for vetting. Who is in charge of the security agencies? Nuhu Ribadu. So as they sent the names to the security agencies for vetting, Nuhu Ribadu immediately took the El Rufai file and put with a big red brush, put a red X across the El Rufai file and sent it back to the Senate. It made it impossible for the Senate to allow El Rufai to become an actor within the Tinubu administration. So what does this mean? El Rufai doesn't get the position of government in order to show relevance for succeeding Tinubu. So the only real actor now in play to succeed Tinubu in terms of the rivalry between El Rufai and Nuhu Ribadu is now Nuhu Ribadu. Do you see? It sounds a bit complex, but I hope I sequenced it in a way that you should understand it. And that is why there are daggers drawn now and ready to finish each other. But you can see why Tinubu picked Ribadu over El Rufai. We can also see why the survey picked Ribadu over El Rufai. We can also see why El Rufai is unlikely to ever become the Nigerian president, because his ego always supersedes his best interest. So that's essentially what that narrative is. I hope you get the condensation as I've tried to firm it up.
And then El Rufai thought he was going to be made minister, and he would have become a powerful minister. and then something happened.
Yeah. Was there bruised ego?
No, it didn't get over it. And of course, you know, if you compare the two of them, he had an upper hand while Nuhu was languishing in political wilderness, so to say. And then 2023 came, Nuhu was solidified his relationship with Tinubu. Period. Of course, when national nomination,
Yes.
and Tinubu had already appointed Tinubu as NSC, which was a very powerful position, you know, and then Rufai thought he was going to be made minister, and he would have become a powerful minister, and then something happened, you know, and I think that was a stroke.
And Rufai basically felt that Mr. Ribadu had something to do with it.
Yeah, he then began having what, to me, seemed like an obsession.
Right.
You know, with Ribadu, almost every time finding a way to link him with whatever problems that he had. You know, I thought, as a matter of fact, that was why I don't like talking about some of these things that we have done together.
Right.
But I think that things have gone too far.
And that's why it was important for you to come out and speak.
Yeah, I think
I want to thank you very much indeed for that. Akin Osuntokun.
All right, so that was that. That was a Game of Thrones played out in real time within the Nigerian dynamism. I wish Charles had a lot more time for Akin Osuntokun, because I thought there was a lot still to give from that particular narrative. So that was that, and that is the genesis then of the rivalry between Nuhu Ribadu and El Rufai. So we move on swiftly from there to a totally different narrative. We're responding to two clips in this instance. We are talking still about treachery, treason, and hijinks in high politics. So we're reacting now to Pat Utomi's outing with regards to this e-transmission or no e-transmission. Politicians, INEC officials committing treason against citizens should face international trial. This is the headline. Committing treason against the citizens. So this is what Pat Utomi has to say. I'll play you Pat Utomi momentarily, but as with the narrative of El Rufai and Nuhu Ribadu, similarly the narrative of Pat Utomi and Bola Tinubu. Let me show you Pat Utomi and Bola Tinubu as early as 2010. This was them once upon a time, and this is them now. So I want you to look very keenly at this clip that I'm about to play you now. You will see quite visibly Pat Utomi carrying the bag of Tinubu behind him, doing yes sir, and acting like the boy. Watch this clip that I'm about to play you very carefully. You will see Pat Utomi carrying Tinubu's bag behind him and doing yes sir, like a boy. Watch this. So that was as early as 2010, 2013. And you could visibly see Pat Utomi there in the background as one of the small boys that follow Tinubu around. As Tinubu is dancing to music, Pat Utomi has to dance to do all right, sir. Yes, sir, no, sir, 3 bags full, sir. So that was Pat Utomi as early as 2010, 2013. And here is Pat Utomi now.
All of this as it's playing out now, Well, this is simply a collapse of a sense of shame in the political class in Nigeria. I mean, any idiot can tell what game is being played. We know it's not about sensitivity to availability of network. If that were the case, as diligent legislators, they should have had laws that say that fintech cannot operate in Nigeria because it is possible that the network can fail and a decent, honest citizen will lose their money. But they didn't do that. So clearly,
look, just listen to the lack of logic in that statement. That if the argument that the network does not support transmission in real time is the argument that is preventing that to be embedded in the legislation, then that legislation should also preclude mobile companies from operating in Nigeria because their network can fail. There's no, where's the logical? And you know what really irritates me about this sort of people is the righteous indignation that embeds in their voice as they talk arrant nonsense, incoherent gibberish with righteous indignation. Listen to just the brainless statement being made by this person that portends to be a professor.
Sensitivity to availability of class in Nigeria. I mean, any idiot can tell what game is being played. We know it's not about sensitivity to availability of network. If that were the case, as diligent legislators, they should have had laws that say that fintech cannot operate in Nigeria because it is possible that the network can fail and a decent, honest citizen will lose their money. But they didn't do that.
Where is the logical consistency between what is being argued and the example that is citing? Where is the logical consistency? Where does it cohere? Where's the coherence? Where does it tie together? What's the link? Just arrant nonsense.
So clearly, there is a motive, and the motive is a motive of stealing, of cheating, of treason. Because to take what does not belong to you and usurp the governing.
You know what impresses me, what tickles me about these characters, the gatherings of, is the highfalutin of the invectives that they try to use against the governor of the government. Is the highfalutin invectives. You know, they are trying to outword each other in righteous words of indignation. It's now treason. It's treason. Is it even worth the effort to participate in this guy's it's going to turn into an annoyance. But what really rankles me more than anything else is this contrived indignation that they embed in their tonality.
Of the country is treason. And so my personal recommendation is several. The Attorney General fails in his duty if he doesn't begin to prosecute those people in the Senate who are committing treason against the Nigerian people by refusing to do.
Do you remember that thing from back in the day? Come and see American Wonder. In wonderment, we're listening to this film professor. The Attorney General fails in his duty if he doesn't prosecute parliamentarians for not opening the window for the Nigerian elections to be bastardized, hijacked, and ridiculed by the obedient space. That is an argument being presented by a professor.
What is right? Two, the people are the ultimate authority. The people should begin to picket all members of the National Assembly who have not done the right thing in front of their homes, constituency offices, and begin a process of recalling all of them from National Assembly. And the people should be.
You know, this call to anarchy is something that's been going on for quite a long time now, and it's about time that the security agencies addressed it. So if things don't go your way, you start to ask people to take to the streets and go and physically confront the people in charge of governance. So can you hear what this guy is saying? That the citizens should go and barricade the homes and offices of parliamentarians for reasons that they are not passing legislation that will destroy the Nigerian electoral system. This is what it's advocating. And it will make this state, and Peter Obi has said similarly, you hear it from Showore, people like all these social media obedient people, you hear it routinely and continuously, that the people should go and attack politicians, parliamentarians, etc., for reasons that they are not acquiescing to foisting Peter Obi upon the Nigerian state. What's it? I can't get, and he's able to say these sort of things and walk free, so that the person that comes after him will come with even more amplification and push towards that direction. It's quite unconscionable, indeed unbelievable.
Determined that nobody, I'm sorry, there'll be collateral damage of some good people who are there today. Nobody in the current National Assembly should return to the next assembly, because they have abused the fundamental reason for representation, which is the fact that it's an agency function. They don't act in their interest. They act in the interest of those who have sent them to represent them. And they have deliberately chosen not to represent those people's interests in order to advance a crooked intention to commit treason by preventing the will of the Nigerian people from being reflected in election outcomes. This is the simple truth of what is going on. And if they don't get tried in Nigerian courts, by golly, we will go to international court and seek that they be tried. Look,
I did say this was going to turn into a bit of an annoyance. If you want us to abandon it in the comment section, let me know. It's going to go to the international courts, to The Hague, to the Human Rights Commission, that the Nigerian parliament is not embedding in law an unfeasible real-time transmission of election results. So these people should be sent to the Hague. They should be guillotined. They should be hung from the neck. The citizens should go and barricade their house and burn it down, because they are not willing to pass a stupidness that is being promoted by a bunch of idiots. This is what this guy is talking about, a professor.
This campaign, even under military rule, when Abacha was in power and what was going on, I traveled around the world at my own expense, talking to leaders, talking to editorial boards, saying to them that countries with weak institutions are in such a position that we need supranational institutions to hold power accountable. An outcome of all of that was the International Criminal Court.
Oh, okay. So if they are advocating for supranational institutions to hold government accountable, then why are they barely aching about the Americans coming in? Because when it's talking about supranational, is to say that authorities outside of your sovereignty should be able to hold your sovereignty accountable. That's what it means by supranational. So if it's advocating for supranational intervention, then what is the backlash against the American intervention? You see, there's no consistency even within the outlandish parallel universe of their lack of logic or deduction. You know, it's just maybe a couple more minutes. I cannot abide this guy. It's an annoyance.
When I was carrying out this campaign, of course, with others better healed, I wanted two courts. This current criminal court, which would deal with issues of genocide and co. And a second, an economic crimes court that would try leaders from countries with weak institutions that carry out economic crimes against their people. Most people told me that it would not happen, it will not work. Oh, people go back to the Peace of Westphalia, 1648, when these notions of sovereignty were established, and you couldn't.
All right. I think I've heard just about as much as I can stomach from the so-called professor. Sorry, I'm going to play the Kegite music. If anybody wants to come in and have a conversation, come in and have a conversation. It'll be an open floor sort of conversation, so we can speak to anything that is uppermost, foremost in your mind, so long as it wraps around Nigerian politics. So I'll send the. Somebody was saying that Tinubu has signed the new electoral act into law. I wonder what amendments, because I heard they were still doing some amendments still to that e-voting that the Obedience are saying they want to hijack. Do you remember when Obi went to Toronto in 2002, and a bunch of Obedience were promising him that they will hijack the elections electronically? I have the clip. I can play to you if you want to see it. Please make sure you are subscribed. Like if you are not already liking. Every single person now that is listening to the sound of my voice should be subscribed. So check your device to see if it's saying subscribed or not. If it's not subscribed, if you look at your screen, your device, and it's not saying that you're subscribed, then you have not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by subscribing, and like as you're subscribing as well. So like and subscribe. Please do that to push our numbers up. So I'm going to play a little bit of music. I've sent the link to the studio to the comment section. If anybody wants to come in and have a conversation around Nigerian politics, then the platform is open, accommodating towards that. So I'll play a little bit of music, and then we'll see who turns up. Just a little bit of Kegite music.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikukuniru Agbeshemi death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, the mighty Kenny. You know, Kenny, I'll tell you about Kenny in a moment. Joining us also equally mighty Ola. Do you know that Kenny right here, this Kenny mighty that you're seeing on your screen, is a very popular Fuji artist with one of the biggest trending tracks currently at the moment, and is equally one of the biggest voices on TikTok in terms of Nigerian politics. So we're an august company, equally august, the company of Ola. So this Ola and Kenny and myself at the moment. So anybody else that wants to open up on, we kick it off, start it off, and guys, we can just free flow. To what our meta Nicola and B, but kick it off, start it off with you, Kenny. So Kenny, apologies for having to suffer you to listen to this part to Tommy. I knew I've never known him to have anything sensible to say. So I wonder, I have to take that one that I shouldn't even have brought him on the platform. But how are you? What are you looking at in the politics today?
Thank you, my brother. One man went to more. My good brother. You know I love you so much. Mr. Ola, thank you for coming as well. Please, guys.
I agree, sir.
Thank you, sir.
But I don't know that you've changed to Fuji because I know
that's
you
what I want to correct. I want to correct one man. I'm not a Fuji musician. I'm a Juju musician.
Juju, I beg your pardon, Juju.
Yeah,
Juju.
And one of these days, you have to play my song.
And he has a very track.
Give
us the song now.
I tried to play it once, and your people copyright struck me, so I had to go and delete it. I was playing it, but it's copyright protected. Your music.
It's on YouTube, Abby.
Yes, you know, I got it was red flagged for copyright when I played it.
Wow. All right, no problem. So guys, go and download Mayo Mikun. That's the title of my songs, written and sung by Kenny Mighty Olatunji. Thank you. One man, see, this is one of the reasons why I love to be coming to this platform. Actually, it's not yours, it's mine. So the platform is ours, you know what I mean? And I bless God for you to create this something amazing for us to be partaker of it. So I'm glad to be part of this amazing platform. See, one man, that guy that just finished spoken, number one, he has lost some of his memory. His brain has left him. And I don't blame him. I blame the people that give them voice. Because they believe he has voice and they can just throw things out there. You can see from his countenance that he's speaking out of anger. You can see that he has lost weight. You know what I mean? So, and we put them in a very high pedestrian that they're not supposed to be. You get my point? So, listen to him. I see someone that is a bit biased in his own opinion, and he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He has no clue. You know? And a woman, I blame APC and the government because they've allowed the voice of opposition to be louder than the voice of the people. When they go online and they go on TV, they say Nigerian people. No, those people that we have at Senate and House of Rep, they represent each and every one of us. So their own voice, they cannot say their own voice supersede our voice. And if you look at the people that are agitating, go on the street like Showere, all these people are obedient and Showere team. And one man, I sent you a video of that your guy, Adebayo. I'm very, very disappointed in him. I don't know that he's a clown like them. You know, I thought it's someone that respects himself, that he has a bit of brain in himself as well. I don't know that he has no brain. I've been watching him keenly. I'm following him every single time when he's online. He's been talking rubbish. Probably already he started drinking kind or smoking Igbo because he cannot see clearly anymore. You get me, my brother? See, we have separation of power. And see, all those protesters as well, they are very, very selfish. It's not as if they don't know what they're talking about. Everybody think they don't know what they're talking about, including this part of Tommy that is looking like a look at me. They know what they're doing. They want to set the country on fire. And you are telling people to go to people's houses and do what? You know, bro, you cannot send your son or your family to go and do it. It's a pity. They are not people that we're supposed to listen to because they know they've lost and nothing they can do about it. The parliamentary people, they are doing the best job they can ever do. What is hard in this environment to understand that all of them are crying, and that woman too, that is mouth wide like a basket mouth, a pastor wife, former minister of education, what do you call herself? She's part of them as well. You can see they are, all of them are headless mob. Okay, that's something hard in what the parliament are doing. You said, okay, even Showere and the rest of them, they were saying that we have 98% of coverage. Let's assume for this conversation sake that we have 98% of coverage in Nigeria to do direct this thing they're asking for. So what happened to the 2%? Are they telling us that the 2% that they don't have the coverage, they don't matter? Because that's what the people that was on the street yesterday are saying. Oh, we have 7 to 8%. Even Rufai was saying it on TV today. He was saying the same thing that they say we have 90% coverage for internet. But what they forget to say is what happened to the 2%? Are they saying 2% does not matter? Are they saying their fault is not going to count? Are they saying we should just throw their fault it to be because they won the time of election for 98%? So that 2% can come from any area in Nigeria. It can come from Lagos, Oyo State, Ogun, Ondo, Akure, anywhere, Anambra, even the corners. That 2%, you cannot tell me that you know exactly where the 2% will come from. So what happened to the fault of those 2%? We just trash it in the bin. But they know what they are looking for. They are looking for anarchy. What they're trying to do is, if they go with this and they put that thing into law, they will not go to see that it was not done in real life, in real time. They cancel election. They put interim government in place. Right? That is their plan. The interim government cannot do whatever they want to do. They now go back to square one. That is their plan, because they know, number one, they don't have the money to postpone the election. They don't have the policy. You understand? They are clueless. They don't have the policy to tell Nigeria that this is what we're going to do. That's nothing they can tell us, because they're going to start repeating the same thing. But Asiwaju has got something to preach. He has got something to talk about. That's why they're on the street, agitating, campaigning, and preaching doom for Nigerian people. They are no more Nigerian more than me. You are saying your voice should be heard. What happened to my voice?
What's the position of the law at the moment with regards to this e-voting? Is this still a recommendation or is INEC mandated or
no? INEC has passed the law, so the House of Rep and the Senate, so they've united the law now, so they don't have separate law already. So they have one united law now. So before the House of Rep, they have a different law to the one the Senate have. But today now, or yesterday, they've amended their own law to match the one the Senate did the other day. So that's why they are crying, oli, shout oli. You're only 15 of you. They put the vote to you guys. If you want this thing to be changed, say.
Did you notice something about the people shouting ole? There was something that struck me.
Yeah.
They were all wearing red caps. What does that tell you? Yeah, there are people, these people that were the ones shouting.
Of course, now it's all of them. Even the people in the parliament, people on the street, they are all obedient. You cannot see a single opposition force among them. They ask them to vote. 55 votes that we want this thing to remain the way it is. Then 15 of you say you want them to add. Then they bang the bell that the majority carry the vote. And what they normally say, they say minority will have their voice, as they say. Majority will have their, how do they say, or how do they call it?
Have their way.
Have their way, exactly. Majority already have their way. Why are they crying? Now there's nothing they can do. They are not saying if the most it must not pass. What is does that man even know what they call tracing? You lost your dignity because you're supposed to be alive because he lost his way. Now for you to go back to Asiwaju is hard for him. He's not open his mouth to talk rubbish online, thinking you can turn a jail to why can't he take his children to go to maybe he has a Senate as well. He has somebody that is representing him wherever he come from. He should take his son and his family, right, to his Senate or rep and block their house if they know what will happen to them. Woman, as for the Rufai and Ribadu, Rufai already lost the battle. Yesterday, Ashwaju slept in his house. Ribadu was in his house as well. He's still with them. And see, he's going to battle with this thing only for the next 5 to 6 years.
Sorry, you didn't complete that sentence now. Yesterday, Ashwaju slept in his house. Ribadu slept in his house, but where did El Rufai sleep?
First, he was in prison with DSS or what they call them. So
EFCC.
Yes, EFCC. So he has lost his battle, one man. He has lost everything he's been building for years.
And sorry, Kenny Mighty. Tinubu already signed the amended Electoral Act into law this evening. So
this evening. Okay.
Yeah, already signed. So no more wahala about that one. Continue.
Okay, thank you, my brother. So he has lost woefully. There's no way back for him. One man, you come online openly, say you ask somebody's phone, you didn't stop at that. You even present a recorded and signed document that he wanted to order something. You write a letter and you sign it. So you have to go and tell the people how do you know about it. See, he will not come out of this. He is going to prison, and politically he's finished because he cannot become anything in that Nigeria anymore. If as he tell it out, you can't be as anything he can because they will not trust him. Nobody wants to trust him anymore. He's finished himself because of anger.
Do you notice anything curious going on in the politics right now? The money and the voice of the opposition is being somewhat silenced. So the money of the opposition is in the wallet of Abubakar Malami. So he's already busy trying to defend where he got that money from. So you notice that it's gone. And then their voice is El Rufai. He's the most potent voice in that space. And by the time he's gone round the circles, they're investigating him for that Diata's disappearance, stolen money, etc. So I don't think he will have time to be shouting politics. He'll be busy trying to. These people will be fighting for their lives until after the elections. Then after
one man, let me shock you. Yesterday, that Baba Ahmed was on one program. They asked him, "What do you think about this?" Was said a statement. He was Raburas. At the end of the day, he has no choice than to say, "Oh, if he make a mess of himself." They asked him straight question about what Rufai says because it's the open confession. The man was going around. He has no choice to say, you know what, Rufai has messed up his life because Rufai is somebody that he doesn't need to listen to advice. That he doesn't know who advised him to go openly and say what he said. So all of them, there's no way they can't defend it. They cannot.
Sorry. That was Hakim. That was Hakim Baba Ahmed, the older
Hakim
brother.
Baba Ahmed, yes, Hakim Baba Ahmed, yeah.
Yes.
So all of them, you can see they know that he has made a mess of himself, and they are not trying to associate themselves from him. So he has nowhere to go. Like my brother said, Ribadu is untouchable. Right now, he's going to have sympathy from all over the world because it's not it's defeating. Somebody tap into his phone. It's not something that he did deliberately. You understand? Even though if he ordered that chemical, he has chance to deny it. You understand? So he's there for that lost.
All right, let me ask you one quick question. Give a quick answer, and then we move it around. We go Ola, Remy, Enigmatic Johnson. But guys, we're free flowing still. If we're managing it properly, then we can just generally, it's like we're in the bar, just chatting away. But let me ask you this question. In the permutations now for who comes after Tinubu, can you see beyond Nuhu Ribadu or the vice president? Because by my own political permutations, I cannot see who succeeds Tinubu outside of those two people. Is it that President Nuhu Ribadu or President Kashim Shettima in 2031?
No, woman, there is
Neither.
other people that other people there, younger. You know what I mean? They have energy. You understand? Like this Borno governor. You know what I mean?
No.
Baba Gana Zulum.
Yes.
No.
But it's Shettima's boy now.
See, I'm just making my permutation. See, I can't narrow it to just Ribadu and Shettima. There are other young guys out there in the north.
I think
you see one thing about 2031 is going to be delicate and And if it's not handled carefully, it can be what can break or mar Nigeria. So to me, although I know I have my sentiments, with all the noise around Fulani, hegemony, all those, you understand, it's going to be something dangerous for the country to always think towards Fulani, that it has to be Fulani. So to me, well, maybe I may not necessarily have anything.
Sorry, Ola. Shetima is a Kanuri man.
No, I just talk of a Ribadu. Then as part of a Shetima, to me, Shetima too it could be dangerous, because let me tell you one thing. Once there's a controversy around you that people cannot really trust him fully about his participation, how he handled Boko Haram, I think it's a dangerous thing for the country as well.
Can I? Okay.
Yeah, come in, Remy. But just to add, the reason why I put those two names as my, I think Tinubu will be thinking of continuity in terms of, his programs. So, but
I think to me, out of all of them, I think Ribadu has a better chance than any one of them.
Yeah, he does.
And if you know Tinubu very well, he plays him in national security. That means and he continues to groom him to go about security. And if you see the way Ribadu worked, even during the Obasanjo era, you can see this is somebody that does not compromise easily. And this is somebody that will take the security of the people very important. And as a national security advisor, you also have a privilege, a lot of information about the country and data and everything. To me, I think he will be a very good president if he's given the opportunity, because he is not biased. But I think Shetima and the rest, they are a little bit biased towards the Fulani. What I mean is that they still continue with that hegemony. But if you give Ribadu, who is from the Northeast, it will come free nerves. And unless the Northeast is not playing their game very
well. Is Ribadu not a Fulani man? Ribadu is a Fulani man.
It might be a Fulani man, but the point about this is that when you look at the Northwest has gotten a fair chance of presidency. So when we are talking about the North again in 2031, I don't think we are going to have any serious political big bill from the Northwest. The two that remain is Atiku and Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso already, because of what US did to him, I don't think nobody wants to touch him again. Atiku is already 80 years old, and that is why a lot of people are probably leaving him, and their son, or his son, they are also staying in APC because of their future political career. So if you ask yourself, this one is 80 years old, why should I keep on following him? Or it's nothing to offer anymore. So at the end of the day, if Northeast did not play their game very well, then I think we might have our president from the North Central. So
yeah,
to me,
I think towards North Central as well, because you made one analogy, because the Nehru Ribadu is the NSA does not guarantee anything, because it looks like that.
No, apart from that, he has experience.
We could have well said that Lai Mohammed will have become the governor of Lagos State, because he was chief of staff to Tinubu too. So I don't think it works that way. See, like 2021 is a
you can give us a name if you have another name.
But Tinubu has tried to make Ribadu president once before.
Yes.
That was then. That was then. You know, Nigeria unity was still not as frail as this that time, and the time we are even talking about, it was just that Ribadu to contest against Goodluck Jonathan, right? Goodluck Jonathan. So the way things was that time, that calculation could easily favor anyone from the North. But it is now, because when you see from, I think the only area they are not shouting Fulani today will be among the Fulani nation, you understand? But even including the Northwest, you see people shouting Fulani. If you go to Kanuri shouting. So if the Fulani people, if they've actually caused some kind of a level of damage to that country, it's even going to be more dangerous. You can see that Nigerians, they are beginning to wake up now for some group of people to go to the National Assembly to go and demonstrate. That's just the beginning. And I know that many people may not like it, but personally, I think I like protest. You understand? I like protest because I've been on opinion that our ancestors, those people before us, especially in the Second Republic, they were far more politically aware than we are, because we just play to the gallery. We don't even understand how environment runs. So the same lack of aggression that some of us witnessed while growing up, I think such kind of awareness and aggression is returning into our politics. So I think, in my own humble opinion, that we should be very careful about that. 2031, I don't think it's great. It's best to even start thinking with idea of Fulani. Now let them.
Yeah, but then who comes in? Who comes in? Who?
I quickly want to
Sorry, Remy. Ola, who comes in 2031 from your own? If you had your pick, who comes in?
I don't really know what Tinubu is thinking, but me, I already have my bias that someone from the north, from the non-Fulani, the like of General Musa retired, even Akumen. I don't even mind Akumen. You understand? Even one of the governors, either from whether former one or the current one from Benue or Jos, we should be thinking along that line, not another Fulani person.
All right.
Okay. So Ola, you talk about protesters now, but you can see that protesters recently, it's just an opposition protesting. Okay, this is not the organic.
It's good for our democracy. Yeah, it's good.
But what they are protesting for, everybody knows that what they are protesting is just for protest sake, just to have a number, just to have a name in social media.
It's still good.
To me, I think that is exercising futility, because wherever you like, listen, whether you like it or not, they are still going to vote at the National Assembly.
Sorry, Remy. That lady, Remy, that lady that wears the red scarf, what's she protesting for? Or that boy that does that here, that is always at the what are they protesting for?
No, one man, irrespective of how they quote it, or it's not that what matters. But
what are they
way we
protesting
start
for
building
now?
You understand the protest? I know many people were protesting for us to have they are looking for real-time transmission. You understand? Even some of them,
those guys are protesting for social media dollars. That's what they are.
That's it.
Do you not know that woman that wears red scarf? The one that went to attack Abuja.
That's a woman that always fights with everybody.
Yeah, or that boy that wears that calls himself Sikh or something.
No, I
one
get
man. Did you notice the one that wear Nigerian flag? That always say, you always recite the national this thing. I don't know who you can call that boy.
You see, Kenny Mighty, it's not as, let me tell you one thing. Normal Nigeria like me, like you and myself, if we are protesting, no problem. Where I have problem is when the likes of Patutomi, he's a person I like, I recognize his achievement, and it's what anybody will aspire to become. You understand? That guy has achieved a lot. But here's the problem. When you now have those
when
people
you say achievement, are you talking about the private sector or public sector?
He has achieved a lot, whether you like it or not. When you talk of Pan-African University
put it the public sector, you formed the law. So
guy, hold on, cool down. When you talk of Pan-African University today, he is the founder, so don't even go there.
The guy has nothing to offer, Daddy.
He don't. No, he is no. Don't. I don't do Nollywood when it comes to something we can back up. This is a employer of labor. He employs so many people, paying. You understand? Paying heavy salary to, and he's training some student, official leader from school. Even we have some international students right in the school, so we can't write off this man. No matter what. Where I have problem is this. When big man like that start misleading people, because there's this concept how to lie with data. The same way too, how can a successful man mislead you? You understand, from being successful. That one too is possible. Now, look at during that election, a professor of law, I won't mention his name, but I think those people that know him, they know him. It was even quoting that you need 1/3 of Abuja to become the president. A son, SAN,
former minister of
lecturing university student law, teaching in the Nigerian law school. You understand? Quoting that That is where the danger lies in. You understand? The problem is that this professor, there's no way under the heaven that he will not be aware of the Supreme Court position on that. But it was misleading intentionally. You understand? Was quoting. That is where I have problem with the like of Pat Tutomi. You understand? Because when you talk from the two sides of your mouth, it becomes dangerous for people like us that just want to learn from you. Because when people like me and many of us, when we listen to the like of Pat Tutomi, whatever we know, we suspend everything. We want to learn from this man because he has the reputation, he has the fact are there to back up his achievement. But when the lights now become so glaring, you understand, it can be something. When you are not the like of Amechi, Amechi will be the kind of person that will like glaring, and that is what
about
Guinea?
That one
was surprising.
All right, let's bring Prestige into the conversation. So, comparable facts. We're just chatting, so you don't necessarily wait to be called. Just come into the conversation. Let's hear from you.
Okay.
It's not there. It's not there. It's not there.
It's unmuted now, but it's not speaking.
I'm here. Greeting everybody. So I can just chime in, right? I was waiting for my turn.
No, chime in.
Yeah, it's kind of very baffling. I've been listening to what's going on. So we are still talking about the next election instead of what's actually going on right now. Most of you here are just more concerned about the tyranny of this government we have, to continue. So y'all are happy with what's going on.
Can you give us an example of the tyranny?
He
has done.
What is going on? Tell us what is going on.
This is a tyrannical government. That is, we are not practicing democracy, and y'all are in a democratic society, and y'all are coming here to.
Cite examples now. Cite examples.
What do you mean? I mean, so many numerous examples. I mean, for one, they want it to be a one-party system. I mean, there's no free journalism. I mean, everybody, if you talk, they kill you or they put you in prison. What could be more tyranny than that?
I mean, they kill and put in prison. Mention one.
Come on now. Who is that arrogant? I don't have to mention. You know the fact. What do you want me to mention?
But don't
mention.
I want to put. Sorry, Ola. Comparative. I know that you always watch Arise TV, right?
You don't know what I watch. So don't say that.
Okay, if you don't watch, maybe once a while.
I watch TVC, so is that okay with you?
Okay, let me ask my question.
Go ahead.
You have listened to both Abati, Rufai Oseni, all of them. They badmouth this present government every day, even their minister.
I don't care what they say. This is my own opinion. So
let me finish. Okay. You said tyranny. Yeah. This, to me, this president is so liberal that he gives people to say anyhow.
Wow. You are very delusional. Are you serious?
Oh, do not abuse you now. Why are you saying delusional?
Delusional is not an abuse word. That means you are living in a la land.
All right, let's not go into that space too much. But I don't think that it's necessarily a bad word now. But if he wants you to say sorry, say sorry. But
I can say sorry to you, but I
don't think that was within the context of the conversation anyway. But what people are inviting you, you say tyrannical, and you use all these high invectives. So they're inviting examples, and what Remy is giving you there is Tinubu is probably singularly the most abused president we've ever had. When have you ever picked up the news that they're not calling him a drug baron, a drug lord? Peter Obi is telling us that the Americans came in because Tinubu had fake certificates. So whatever we go and call him a bastard, this one we go and call him a fool. Everywhere and anywhere, Rufai Useni, every single day abuse. Ayo Mario, every day abuse. Every and everybody abuse. So how many of them have they had shot or locked up?
Because those people are very high. He can do that. He can do it to everybody. I mean, he pick and choose, who to imprison or who to put him the bondage. I mean, what do you want me to do? You want me to start naming them that you already know?
Give us one name. Unpopular person. that he put in prison or he arrest.
Look
Or
at the
come
whole
back.
journalist. David Houdini has been
David Day is
exiled.
not in
David
Nigeria
Deyi.
now.
He has been
He was
exiled
his
by this government.
Who exiled him?
No.
Who exiled him? Where was he exiled? Is there a
Come
warrant for
on.
his arrest?
Exile is
He
not.
exiled himself now.
Is there a warrant for his arrest? Is there a warrant for his arrest?
Yeah,
The
there
FBI
is in Nigeria. There's a
Who
warrant for
told
his
you that?
arrest.
Where did you hear that? Who told you that?
One man, you and I, we had the subject here. Didn't we talk
That
about
there's
it
a
last
warrant
year?
for arrest?
Yes.
You know
He's
that
wanted by Nigerian government. They are looking for him in Ghana, in Kenya.
You know that British he tried to apply for British residency.
But one man, did you forget that we talk about it here last year?
Hold on. You say a lot of things. Do you know that David Uday, he tried to apply to the British government for amnesty, and they said there was no reason for them to grant him anything. Became he was being persecuted. They said there's no evidence of that. He tried to apply for Ghanaian citizenship with the same narrative. They said no. So forget David Uday now. Nobody cares about him. He makes this noise for social media attraction.
I think you are just denying the fact. You know, you just want me to start naming them. I'm just
Compatible facts, my brother.
Yes.
There's no shame in you being truthful. I know that you want to lean with your people, obedience, and all sort of stuff like that. Yeah, but that's not.
Don't use the word my people. Don't be tribalistic. Just say the people that I like.
I said the obedience. That's it.
Okay, go ahead.
I said you want to lean with your obedient people.
Right.
That are making us all over the place. But there's no shame in you saying, you know what, in this one we get it wrong. Ask me why I said that. Yeah.
Why do you say that?
You guys are asking for real time of election results on IRA, right?
Yes.
And some of you that are making us on internet, online, everywhere say, okay, 98%, we have 98% coverage of internet. I want to ask you this question. If you guys are saying you have 98% coverage of internet in Nigeria, my brother, what happened to the 2%? Tell us, please.
I mean, 98% is big enough to, for you to have a real-time transmission. The IRA,
we don't even have 98% now. We don't even have 90. When did we get 98%?
The question as comparable fact is that are we voting electronically?
No. I know. I just want to.
If you can answer that one, then
my brother, you get why I asked that question. Because they ask for real-time of election.
I don't. Okay, 98 and 97, they are pretty much the same thing. Nigeria has about 97 to 98% of 3G network.
So, my brother, what happened to the 3% or 2%?
Why is that important? Make it a real time.
So, comparable fact.
Please.
Comparable fact. Let me tell you something.
Okay, I'm ready to listen.
Okay. Now, I vary a little bit. Your major candidate, Obedient, lied a lot. He tried to tell us about...
Tell me any politician who doesn't lie. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No. See, you can lie dangerously. Yes. Look at what Rufai is doing. You understand? You can politician lies. That's a trait. But then you can lie dangerously. You understand? Now, the thing is this. Obedient Obi told us that India does everything online. You understand? You see, one thing is this: in the age we are, when the person that aspire to become your president is either is ignorance, is misleading, or intentionally misleading you.
Why not use the word? Why not use the word one man use myopic? That's what you prefer to use.
No, I am not a British person, and so I have limited understanding of English. So let me
stop playing.
We understand. So now the thing is this: he said India.
Listen to Olao. Three masters. He's telling us he has limited knowledge.
I know. Come here. They gaslight us. Ola don't gaslight us. Okay, we're not stupid.
I don't hear you. I hear you, but I'm a negative man. So whether you accept or not, I can't do anything about it. So now, India uses something they call I think EVM, electronic voting machine. You understand? That one is a little bit different from that of Canada. You know what they do? Whenever they are voting, it's similar to what they're doing in Canada here. Whenever they are voting, this thing is always offline. Now, they do combination of paper and EVM. You understand? When you turn it on EVM and print paper for you to confirm that, okay, share this now the thing you voted for. Then at the end of the day, they take everything to collation center. You understand? That one you have in EVM is just for a record. They still do this thing. So they don't transmission like real time online that will be. See, that's the problem I have with the elites. They lie a lot.
Yeah.
Just because the purpose is not because they want that. The purpose, they are looking for lacuna. Anything that can, it's either I become the president or we dabaru everything.
Yes,
You
we
understand?
call the election fraud in future.
So, and
yeah.
if be shouting for okay, in addition to beavers, let us have electronic voting machine, because I look at the cost of the one they are using in India. Oh my goodness, I was surprised that it's far cheaper than what they are using in Nigeria, in Canada. Because that of Canada costs about $7,000, but this one they are using in India costs about $500. If it's the like of those one we are canvassing for, we know. But then there is no country that is doing real-time online the way we want in Nigeria. And we don't even have the technology. India has the technology, but they are not doing it.
Ola, you are being naive. They are not looking for electronic voting. They are looking for excuse.
So
exactly. That's what I say. Exactly.
Okay, Remy, hold on. Let's have a very interesting conversation. So my question to you: does Nigeria have the capacity, technical capacity to have electronic transmission?
I think no. It means Simba. He always confuses the two.
Oh, I'm sorry, Simba. Sorry for that, Simba.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you answer that?
What is your question?
I said, does Nigeria have the capacity to have electronic technical capacity to have electronic transmission?
Hold on. Before you answer that question, can people please make sure they're liking and subscribing? So everybody listening to us, like and subscribe. And also, guys, do you think we should continue with these afternoon sessions? So we have this short afternoon session, and then we have a later one. Is this something you want? So that and then
let's continue this one. This one is better.
This afternoon is by Bill. I say it's sweet. So it's sweet.
I second that. I mean,
it's even good. It's even good for our own time here also.
Yeah, that night one is not convenient.
All right. To prestigious question, we still have the night one, but we have to do so this afternoon short. And sorry, carry on.
Let me answer your question.
What is Ola Simba cookie?
I will answer practically. I have two of my brothers that work with the network providers in Nigeria, and I will tell you how people vandalize the equipment of all these network providers. They will steal their battery. In fact, in the north, where all these bandits are, you cannot even do electronic transfer of money. Talk less of saying you are doing electronic transmission of election. What you people are just, the reason why you see all these politicians and all these elites that are deceiving Nigerians say that they want electronic transmission is what happened. They want a repeat of what happened in 2023, whereby they are saying because they didn't transmit in real time on IRF, that was why they rigged the election. That was the same thing that they are looking for. If, let's say, 1%, even that 2% that you are giving, say, okay, 90% coverage. If that 2% is not transmitted, they can take it to court and say because the 2% are not transmitted, so that election is not and void. So don't let us deceive ourselves. Don't disenfranchise Nigerians. A lot of, if you go to the northern part of Nigeria, even not only in the northern part, could you believe that in Ife, Ilesha, one man, during the last governorship election, there are some areas that they could not even transmit. In Ife and Ilesha, compare that one to what you can experience in the northern part of the country.
Timber, in my village, in Ilesha, I can mention there is no network in Erejesha very close to the witches are there. No network.
In addition to what you guys have said, I think any serious political party should have their polling agent in all the 774 local government. This is a physical copy of the election result.
Remy, let us even look at the IRF is not even a collation center.
Thank you.
Do you understand? What is actually valid is that EC81A or whatever form that they are talking about, which your political party, whatever polling agents can have and submit to your what the situation house or what they call it.
Remy, is it not what we can use in River State? The ECHA form. Is it not what you use to change it and manipulate the election?
Comparative fact. I want to tell you something.
Comparable. Comparable fact. I've told you now. What you are trying to do is that there'll be a lot. Let me tell you, where each election that I've been having since 1999. There have been gradual reduction in the voters' participations in that election. Though what I believe that it's not as if we are having apathy. I think it's because of technology that is reducing rigging. That's why we're having reduction. Because if Shagari can win the election in 1983 by 12 million, and 2023 we're having somebody winning by 8 million or 9 million votes. It gives us, because look at our population in 1983 compared to 2023, that would be like 30 years after, I mean 40 years after.
Simba, let me just answer comparable fact just within a minute. You see, one thing I'm still telling you, comparable fact. Yeah, you ask whether Nigeria has the capacity. Yes, we have capacity. But the question you ask yourself is this: what percentage, to what extent? Because you don't expect everything to be 100%. Yes, we have capacity, but the question is this: the backup is critical because your capacity, someone want to frustrate it. So in case your main strategy is attacked, you understand? Do you have a fallback? Yes, that's manual. Now,
Ola, hold on. Let's have a conversation. No, I just wanted to interject before you proceed. I think you are wrong because we know the Nigerian government. We are very corrupt. You know what's going to happen? The APC has so much money. They're going to go bribe the tech to switch off the light. Then they're going to want to do it manually. This is exactly what's going to happen. That's where the loophole come because we are very corrupt.
Okay, hold on. Only there. Now, the question is this: we are talking of loopholes, but I'm talking from technology and strategy of it now. The question now is this: do you believe when it comes to telecommunication infrastructure and political stability, do you think India is ahead of Nigeria? Do you? Comparable facts.
I believe so. I've not been to India, but knowing by their technical know-how, we think they are.
Okay. Now, why do you think India will still will still do everything offline and only take the thing to collation center? Because part of the strategy is not to open the electronic voting machine, EVMs. Part of the strategy is not to open
because they are transparent. They are not as bastardized as our country. This is the difference.
Comparable fact. I will tell you the reason is just because of security. Because of ACAS. See, hold me to, you understand? I'm starting to be corrected. Your principal is a liar. I'm telling you now. I stand to be corrected.
Wow.
No.
Okay.
No leg is democratized now. Nobody is, or you say it was before. You will say you bring someone from Harvard that's been a professor for the past 50 years. But today, you understand, the same information that a professor with that kind of knowledge base can give you, you can find it with the same thing within 5 minutes. So as I speak to you today, your principal lied, thinking that Nigeria will not cross-check, we not verify. You understand?
Yes.
India, I start to be corrected, despite their technological know-how, and their capacity, their competence, they don't transfer because they know as long as we are doing things online can be hijacked. So they just do that thing for keep and still go to collation center to go and get it done.
But
So
can you
for
compare
Nigeria,
India with Nigeria in terms of transparency?
hold on.
I think, sorry, Ola.
This idea of transparency we are talking about, if this risk is not so high for India, they be doing everything online. Okay, we in Nigeria, we still okay. We understand what we want, what we are saying. We are going to transmit online. In case something fails, we are going to back it up with manual process. But you are saying online or nothing. Have you not gone to automated teller machine to withdraw money and you could not withdraw that money? And it took like several weeks, if not months, before you get your money back.
No, I have not. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know I don't know what country you're living at.
Sorry, comparative fact. I want
In
to come in
Nigeria, I'm
another
talking
way.
about.
I want to come in another way. The last 2023 election is one of the best elections in Nigeria, and I'll give you the reason. For the first time in the history of that country, we have a BVM machine, which is a biometric machine that will take your fingerprint and tie it with your voter's card. And then you go ahead and vote. Do you know that in terms of taking people to court because of the election, it reduced drastically? Because a lot of people, they were unable to prove their cases that they were rigged out of that election. If truly Obi won that election, then Atiku should come second or third. Why can't Obi go with all his, isn't it after the election that we knew that he does not have a polling agent in 44,000 polling units? So sometimes don't let us deceive ourselves. Truth must be told. And in this particular amendment that Tinubu signed today, everybody knows the truth. There is no way any country that you do electronic voting. Give me a country that is doing electronic voting. If you want real-time transmission of results, that means you are telling us it must be real-time voting. As you vote, everybody already know all over the country. But that is, even in so-called America, you are not doing electronic voting. So why are you are living in America, in one of the most advanced countries in the world, and you know that that country is not doing electronic voting? Why are you now shouting about electronic transmission of results? And sometimes I wonder, because of, I know people are biased because of whoever they support, but the truth must be told, that last election was one of the best. And I think this amendment they did was also good. So if there is they can transfer it to IRF, and then there's a backup, which is very important at the court of law, from EC8A.
There should have been. Let me just add this. There should have been another caveat that if so many, let's say 30% of 50% of the votes, they couldn't transmit it, then you cancel that election.
You have to be careful
because
with that one.
You could have a situation by
Do you think? Let me ask you
because
question.
hold on. It's like me saying that BVN doesn't work for 50% of people. You have to cancel the election.
Let me ask you a very important question. You are from the south of Nigeria. Let's say the 30% you are talking about now is that 30% come from your region. That means they are differentiating 30% of some of the population in South. How do you think South people will take it? Do you think they will be happy? So you have to be very careful when you
cancel the election in that place where the vote is. If a state is experiencing that also, you cancel the election in that state until it is done properly.
Can people hear me? Can people hear me?
We can hear you, one man.
Hold on. Yes, I wanted to address Tunaja. I'm glad you're here. So Tunaja, on mute. Tunaja, there's a culture that is developing, and coming here to abuse people. Please don't do that. Disagree with them, but don't use vulgar words. Now, I was listening to your interaction with Baba and the rest of them, calling them idiots and morons. And come on now, we know you're here to troll the space, and that's fair enough. But keep the language elegant.
They called me all kinds of names too. Since when do you care about those things when they are calling
not that level of abuse.
I wasn't calling. See, okay, what I was saying was their ideas are mad. Is it them?
No,
the point that they are bringing, they can't be bringing crazy points to me. Why would I wouldn't call Baba crazy. You don't see me calling people crazy. I don't do that.
All right. I don't want to
let's-
labor that. I don't
let
want to
me-
labor
let
that
me
too
say
much. But
something.
going forward, let's keep the language. Yes, you are here. We're happy for you to come here and troll the space and whatever it is that you want to do. But please, the language. But carry on with your conversation.
So as I was saying, if the election, if BVN doesn't work in an election, what do? You cancel that election. And if part of the IRF transmission doesn't work, what do? You cancel it. If let's say you are doing in how many wards in a state, depending on how the voting centers in the state, and you find that more than 50% of them, they didn't fulfill part of the requirements for the election, you have to either one way or the other annul the election for that state and
what you are
do it
calling
properly.
for is
So,
anarchy.
so Remy Odosa,
Calling for anarchy.
It's not anarchy. It's not anarchy.
Yeah, it is. It is. If I'm an opposition,
INEC will be held accountable for it.
No, what you are talking about is that it cannot work. It's a call for anarchy. What of that place you are
Why?
castle is my stronghold? What about the place you are castle is my stronghold? That I'm going to get a lot of vote there. What do you
Then you see when you cancel it, it's the INEC that will be held accountable for not transmitting it. You want because if you don't hold INEC responsible,
it will cause war.
Okay, to Niger.
What do you mean war?
Let me tell you
INEC is
something
supposed
you
to
are
be able to
missing.
transmit results.
No, okay, to Niger. Let me tell you what.
Let me say something now, Abba.
Okay,
you don't know what I'm wishing for.
So if BVN doesn't work, you're going to say go ahead with the election too. If BVN doesn't work,
let him white talk.
Let me say something, guys. You see, greeting everyone. This issue of electronic transmission of result, I think this is the we've done great job here in terms of the voting system with the beavers, with the IRF team. Nobody is asking for real-time transmission of results.
That's what they're asking.
No. Hold on. I think hold on. I've actually explained this. So what Nigeria are asking for is electronic transmission of result after election. Sincerely, I don't think this is too much. We might choose to support whatever we want to support. Hold on. Please hold on.
No.
Let me speak now. This is the problem. You guys active listening. Active listening. So Nigeria asking for electronic transmission of result. What that means is after election is completed, everybody signed the from ECATA, right? And they transmit it to the central. This is not too much. This will give like a new security layer to authenticate the result, basically. That means we still have the
sorry, AY. Quick question.
Let him talk.
Hold on, let me finish. We compare ourselves with India. We are not actually India. We are Nigerians. So when because these people are in power today, APC.
Is that don't go there? Is that what they did last year?
Hold on.
No. Wait, before you move to another place. Is that not what they did last year? Did you know?
You hold on. So because APC are in power today, what I keep telling Nigeria, you got to think about your country. I can tell you, if these guys are not in power today, they will be protesting. The result must be transmitted electronically. The only reason why they are insisting there must be alternative, they're looking for avenue to rig the election. This is not about people are calling Peter Obi, Tinubu, Atiku. This is not about this guy. It's about the country. We are educated. We know what is right. We know the best thing. In terms of the coverage, I will give you simple solution. Let's even assume that we don't have internet across Nigeria. We don't have mobile network all over Nigeria. You can go into agreement with Starlink. You don't need equipment. Starlink will deploy, give internet to the country. Hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Our argument, hold on. I don't think there is any space right now in Nigeria where we don't have mobile network. We will be able to transmit this result.
I want to ask you
now. You guys will not let somebody to speak. Let me just finish.
You are repeating yourself.
Yeah, man. Guy. Come on. Why are you
Can we
doing
talk
that?
one by one? Because every Remy or somebody
that's
who's
that's why
when they
no
say their
Ola.
ideas are mad, they
let me
just say
Ola,
their
can
ideas
you
are
control it so that
Okay,
everybody can
guys,
contribute, please?
hold on.
Let me
Before one
speak.
man comes back, hold on, guy. Let's AY speak because I know he doesn't have that power to push through. Oh yeah, go ahead. 1 minute. Let us hear you.
So I think every Nigerian needs to support this electronic transmission of results. It will give authentication to our electoral system. Again, the only reason APC senator and rep members and are supporting this madness is because they're looking for avenue to rig election. This is the truth. Let Nigeria even for once believe in our electoral system. Nigeria will be able to go to the police station, knows that yes, my vote will count. In this instance, we have the electronic transmission. We also have the original paper, right? In such a way that if anybody is going to court, you can even compare. You can compare the polling unit agent. We have the original result. Their same result will be transmitted. So that will give that's like a double layer authentication. So
Okay.
let's not
Okay.
ourselves.
Hold on. Let people interrogate.
From the time of Jega, from the time of Jega till now,
Hold on, don't go to Jega. I have a question
we've
for you.
actually been improving the system.
I have a question for you. 1 minute is now. I have a question for you, please. Don't go to Jaga. Leave Jaga alone. His time is past. Please, I'll ask my question in 1 minute. Because I want to ask you, in your submission, you said they should pass electronic transmission. Okay, please, I beg, if anybody have the law they pass, can someone read it to us? And second question is, what kind of law or what kind of election did we do last time? Last time, did you not pass? Did you not transmit electronically last year?
Okay, I will help you with the question. So there is no difference between 2023 mode of transmission and 2027 from what the members of parliament are passing. Here is the loophole. They are still saying in 2023, it was not mandatory to transmit result electronically. Manual transmission was an alternative. In 2027, it remained the same thing.
No.
But they need hold on.
Let him land.
I know too much. Now they worry us. So in 2027, the electronic transmission of result is not compulsory. The manual transmission is also an alternative. It's the same. They are just playing games.
Okay,
let me hold on. Let me finish.
Sorry.
Don't give me headache. What Nigeria asking? Let me just one statement.
Remy, let AY land now.
What Nigeria asking?
Just let him land the point. And AY, land it quickly too. You see, people want to engage with the conversation. So nobody hold on to the mic for too long. Just make short points and then move it round. Yeah.
Okay, the last one. What Nigerians are asking for, make electronic transmission of result mandatory and get rid of manual transmission. Period. Thank you.
One man, please. Can you read?
Just give me 1 minute to respond to AY.
Let them read the
AY. AY, do you understand what Beaver is? And the next question is this: how do you upload to IREV from that center? Do you understand? Do you use your phone or you use Beavers to upload?
Beavers is biometric verification. What Beaver does, it verify.
And you use Beavers to upload. That's the question. Can he perform that duty?
So what are they supposed to use to upload?
Yes, can they use Beavers to upload? That's the question. What are they supposed to use to upload? That's the question.
Yeah, what are they supposed to use to upload? That's the question.
Yes.
Can I answer that?
Okay, what's the comparative?
Can I answer that? For this. INEC should be responsible for
the network. Can I answer that? The
different What are they doing with our money? They collect billions of
please answer.
Can I answer?
Yes, go ahead.
My
Answer.
understanding about the beaver, is for which is the by model, which is the voter accredited system. Then the IREB is used for the uploading at the various unit at the polling result. That's the difference.
Okay,
No,
let me
you've
come
not
in now.
answered.
I'm sorry
Okay, go ahead, Remy.
Okay, first and foremost, I think, I'm sorry, you model everything up and you do not understand the new law they have just passed. There is a big difference of what they passed now compared to the one that we have in 2022. The one they have now, they now agree that the first set of transmitting results should be electronic transmission. The real thing that is not there is that real time was removed. And
So-
when we are talking, let me
So,
finish because
tell us
everybody-
the 2023 too. What is the difference?
Relax. That was the major. In 2023, it is the form EC8A that supersedes. It's number one. But now they now said the result should be transmitted, the electronic transmission to IREF.
What do you transmit?
Let me finish.
Hold on,
Now,
question. No, hold on. What do you transmit
You
to
cannot
IREF?
say hold on. Now when you are talking, he kept quiet for you. So now you should keep quiet again.
Remy, what do you
finish
transmit
now.
to
Let
IREF?
me finish because we also
Okay.
allow you to finish. The major difference between this amendment is that in 2022, this is the form EC8A. But now, they now said you must transmit the result to INEC IREF, which is the viewing portal. But where there is no network, the form EC8A should be a backup. So that means both of them are very
It's not even no one is backing up or one and saying,
Simba Joe.
Remy, that is not true. It's
Simba
not. It's not
Joe,
a backup. From
Simba Joe,
EC8 is not a backup.
Okay,
Let
at
me-
least
let-
either of the two now is okay. That's what they're saying.
Remy, let me respond to misconception. I know because I intentionally asked that question before we argue something. Sometimes we need to know exactly what we're arguing. That result you see that is being uploaded from that police center, Beavers, is the only gateway to that, not your phone. Not your phone, not any other thing. So when we ask you that you upload, people think say Beaver is only, no, it's not for verification only. That's a scanning device. It's stored a copy of the signed informate, or what do we call it? That form that everybody, the agent, everything.
Yes.
You understand? Everybody sign. So you now scan. So it's stored a copy of that form on it. And it is from that Beavers that the thing is uploaded to IRF, not your phone.
Tell them IRF is a viewing portal.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on, Remy. Let me.
We are not doing competition now.
Understand? Now, so what we are telling you is this: when you finish voting, you use Beavers to scan and Beaver transmit. So the point is this: at a point where there is no network, mind you, the copy of that result is still on Beavers. So it cannot be manually uploaded later whenever there's network. That you understand. So it's just because we be playing with semantics, we don't even understand what we are even dealing with. That's the point here. At any point in time, a copy of that result is on Beavers. All the result they did in 2023 is on Beavers.
But Ola, you are repeating the same thing. Like AY said, there's no difference between the law.
No, AY does not even understand. That's why I need to.
No. What Remy said is not actually correct. What you transmit is the result from EC8A, not.
So
he's calling it electronic voting.
Why am I not correct?
No, wait now, Remy. Wait. Let me ask him this question. So that from EC81A, do you want them to throw it away once it has been uploaded?
What are you talking about? Why will you throw it away? I just said that will serve as double authentication when I was making my.
You cannot even rely on a copy of something and leave the original.
Yeah, that is why we need to remove
what you
this
see
ambiguity.
on IREF is a copy. The original is still the valid document.
if you follow up our
You know,
this
and then when you
our
are
system,
talking, you kept us saying what Nigerians wanted. What Nigeria? Why did you? Which language are you people speaking now?
that
We're a
is
group of people. So
yeah.
then, so you said,
That's
well,
what
are we not
Nigerians are
Nigerians?
demanding. That's what Nigerians are demanding.
AY, listen. You see that your beavers you see when you are doing the verification, it does not have to be on internet. It is downloaded on the hard drive of that system. So by the time you top, it's verifying you is doing that locally. You don't need to transmit to any server, right?
Well,
now, hold on. The result too, after finishing, is going to store it on that. The only thing is this: you understand? You want that thing to be connected to internet. Let me tell you one thing: whether they transmit online or they do not transmit online, Beavers they have that copy. Even if you like, you can upload it 30 days later. It doesn't change anything. But the problem you
Ola,
guys
that's the
think is
question
that
I want to add. This real-time transmission, what is the time lag that they are expecting?
no, and no, that's
There
why I
is
don't want to
nothing.
go
It's
into
not
that
real time,
technicality
to be
because
honest. It's
it be
not
too
real time.
technical. It be too technical because live, it's just the difference between live and real time. You
Ola,
understand? There be
take this
lagging,
question.
all those stuff. Hold
Ola,
on, I'm not taking
Because
question. Let me finish with
if
it.
let's say election ended today and the thing got to the IRF tomorrow, will still be valid? Will it still be valid?
No, no,
It's supposed to be valid.
Simba,
They don't know what they're looking for.
Simba,
They are
can I
looking
even
for
talk?
anarchy. Anarchy is what they're looking for. These people. That's what they're looking for. They don't know. They have no clue. They know that we cannot do real time. I have simple question from that man. That okay, what happened to 3%? He couldn't answer me. If you say
Okay,
you time
let me come in. Let me come in.
Go ahead.
Let me come in. What is APC afraid of? Let's be realistic. They control hold on, let me land. Hold on, let me land. They control 29, they control 29 of 36, states. Maybe it's about 30 right now. What are they afraid of?
Forget about all these useless things that people are saying online. We are not.
What are they afraid of? I mean, they have the city boys, and they're still afraid. Why they don't want they don't want a transparency, a real-time transmission? Ghana and Kenya practice this, and it has been very effective.
One voice at a time.
I mean, it's so pathetic. When you come here,
Guys, everybody hold on, please, so that we can have meaningful conversation. Let's comparable fact. 1 minute, please. Give your point and let Remy and Simba respond to you.
Okay, my point is that you have a country like Kenya and Ghana. I'm just giving you two examples. I mean, they have a real-time electronic transmission and everything.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
They have electronic transmission. Both Ghana, and that transmission. What do you mean it's not true? Go and fact check it. But let me land. Let me land. Don't try to truncate my because you want to.
Simba, let him land. You only have a minute. Let him.
It's a lie.
Oh man, you're very annoying sometimes.
Go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying, both Ghana and Kenya, both of them transmit electronic transmission, at the polling unit, but they do slightly different. Some of them could be hybrid, and some of them means they use, and everything work perfectly. So my point is that APC controlled 29 of 30, 29 of 33. It may even be 30 right now. What are they afraid of? And they have the so-called city boys. If we control, I mean, they have the judiciary. They have the INEC, which I know the election is going to be rigged to begin with. In Nigeria, if you have the INEC and you have the judiciary, you're already going to be the president. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be in this amount of. Why not make something very transparent?
Okay, let me respond to you now. Let me respond to you now.
Okay, I will respond to you. First and foremost, nobody is afraid of nobody. And that question of what is APC afraid is too childish. I'm sorry to use that one. And then, all those countries you mentioned, they are not doing electronic real-time transmission. They are doing the same thing that Nigeria did. They have an IRF portal, which is a viewing portal for the citizen to see when they transmit to that portal. And if you go to South Africa, if you go to Ghana, even in Nigeria, that live election, you can see it. The only reason why you guys are crying, there's no real time.
Remy, don't they have a central server? A central server like we have.
The same thing with INEC now. INEC also have a central server.
Let me tell him this. You know, when you come here, comparable, don't come here and be giving us goodies that you hear online. We are here. Anybody that are speaking with.
Wait a minute. What make you knowledgeable than me? What make you that I got it online?
Because you don't have
the knowledge to do my own research.
Lie now that Ghana and Kenya did real-time transmission, and we are telling you that what you are saying is a lie.
Why are you telling me? You don't know. You don't know everything. You need to learn from some people. You act like you are the most informed person.
When you hear something, try and verify before you come and be telling us.
I don't come here and spoon. I don't come here and spoon nonsense. I did my verification.
Hold on. Sorry, Kenny. You continue. Let me just give it so you come in. Sorry. No. I think comparable fact is not lying about that of Kenya. To be honest, it's not lying.
Kenya and
it's not true.
Kenya don't do real-time transmission. They don't do.
No. No. See, that's why I say we should be very careful about semantic. I think comparable fact is not lying. It's true.
It's lying. Google it yourself. Google yourself. It's lying.
No. I verify. I fact check comparable fact. It's true.
What did they do? Read it. What did they do? Read it to us. What did they do in Kenya?
Now, okay. This is what they do in Kenya. Now, the presiding officer entered the result from the signed official results sheet. That they call me Form 34A.
Yes.
For the presidential election into a tablet or mobile devices called KIMS kit. Okay, that's Kenya Integrated Election Management System. Right. Then the kit electronically transmits these provisional results, and scan image of the form simultaneously to constituency, county, and national tallying center. Then the public portal, the transmitted images are uploaded in real time to a public online portal, allowing the media, candidates, and general public to track the result as they come in.
Is that what we are doing? Is that what we are doing?
No, that's what I'm saying. You understand? In the 2022 general election, over 99% of the tally reports were published on this portal within a few hours of post closing. You understand? So 99% still means that they see a 1% failure, right? So now the thing is they do it, but do they have
wait.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Ghana use the same thing, but Ghana use a more hybrid. Ghana use a more hybrid process.
Hold on,
now, let me tell you, everybody has access to internet. Ghana didn't transmit election results electronically in real time. Ghana Electoral Commissioner resisted it fully because their system was compromised in 2016. Ghana collect physical form from polling unit to constituency level and regional level. There is no real-time electronic transfer of results. So in Ghana, they don't do time electronic transmission.
Ola, please. Ola,
let me say this.
Can you hear me? Hold on, sir.
Hold on for Kenny because he was there. So you come after Kenny.
You see, that of Kenya that you read. See, the only difference from Kenya and Nigeria is just the word of English. How they explain how they do it. Nigeria, last time, 2023, we transmit electronically in real time too. And this year too is in the law. How? Ask me why. Last year, we fought manually, right? Everybody signed. After signing, the official of INEC take the picture, like a PDF, and he send it to RF in real time. Everybody can read from their own zone, for their own polling unit.
I was just reading about them too.
Okay, let me say something, Ola, please. Let me say something.
Okay.
Right. What you just read now, Kenya and Nigeria system, they are actually the same system. The only difference in Kenya, they transmit electronically after the counting of ballot papers. In Nigeria, that is what Nigeria are now asking for. But hold on. It's you that don't, Remy, hold on. You can say your stuff. What Nigeria asking for, people are still getting it wrong. Nigeria are not asking for when you say real time, like right now, I explained this to Olada the other day. We are on real time. After this program ends, you can't call it real time, but you can have the copy of this video. What we are asking for, we are not asking for, when you say real time, it means if comparable far come to vote, the number will go. If Ola come to vote, the number will enter the system. That's not what Nigeria are asking for. What Nigeria are asking for is after the election, everybody sign the form ECA. Then
listen,
this guy, what is wrong with you now? Can you let me talk?
No, you're lying.
Let me finish.
Hold on. The video is there. The video is there. Hold on. The video is online. The video of Madam Ezekwesili is online. Asking for it time with a big mouth is there.
You hold
on. Just say that's what we don't. That's what we know.
You hold. Yes, people are just calling it real time. When you have delay, it's not real time. That's what. Ola is a technical guy, so he know what I'm talking about. So
you guys don't know what I'm asking for.
You, Kenny, you are too loud. You calm down, man. Come on. So what we are asking for, electronic transmission of the result after election. This is not.
Okay. Remy, hold on.
Sincerely, this is what.
Ola, please, can I make a correction? Can I make a correction?
After me.
Hold on, Remy. Sorry, Remy. Mabino. Who do you want to correct?
No. I don't want to correct. I don't want everybody to be misunderstanding what people are saying, particularly what I said. I mean, when I use the word reach, I think we are misusing that word real time. Even in America, there's no real time transmission. If we are just using that word, mogul the whole water.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the point. We need to get that fact correct. But we want it to be transmitted electronically.
Okay.
Mr. La, when I get to comment.
Hold on, Remy, we might override the now the question is this.
1 minute long. I guess so.
No, okay, but do you permit Remy to go 1 minute because I know you've not spoken?
Yeah. Let me start. Let me talk, and then I'll make some clarity because I
thank you. First and foremost, I want to address one person in this comment section. His name is Dami Eyo Bolbaga. I've discovered that every time. No. Anytime I come here, he always abuses me indirectly. I don't like it.
Just ignore comments.
Remy, stop paying attention to them. Just ignore them.
Okay, let me go back.
They're not relevant.
Okay, let
me go back. No. Don't say that.
What does that one do to you?
Let me go back. So,
go back
what
to your point.
You have been trying to say, whatever in Ghana or wherever, we did the same thing in Nigeria. What they are saying is that the form EC8A, before they upload it into the IRF portal, all polling agents must sign. A copy will be given to security officer and not the various political party agent before being uploaded. And if you follow the last election, you will discover it is only the presidential election that have glitches. The senatorial election, some of them went through, and you can see on that IRF viewing portal. There is no difference in what they are doing in the rest of other countries, whether Ghana, Kenya, everything.
There is difference.
Okay, AY. Let me finish my sermon now. Now, you know, I read that one. Everybody is happy, right? But here's the caveat. This is where we know that Nigeria and Kenya, they are doing exactly the same thing. But the problem in Nigeria is this. Already people are planning lacuna so that they can they can disrupt the 2027 election. Hold it. Now, where now Kenya said if transmission phase, if a KIEMS, I call it KIEMS, that is a KIMS, that's the Kenya Integrated Electoral Management System, phase to upload due to poor network. Look at that caveat. Due to poor network, the law requires the presiding officer to physically deliver the original paper form to the constituency tallying center. Did you hear that word? So it's coded in their law. It's only in Nigeria that you don't want a business continuity plan. You don't want a backup at all. It's either this, if it fails, it's not going to happen. Hold on now. Physically deliver the original paper form to the constituency tallying center. The upload is then performed at the tally center using a functional kit or secure photo, but only after the physical form is verified against the digital entry. Even there was even a Supreme Court ruling on it. That they call it Kenya 2022 Supreme Court ruling. So basically, Nigeria is replicating what is happening in Kenya. So guys,
why are we
guys,
replicating them?
we need to know
Kenya
how
has
to.
been using this system for a long time. We're following
That's what I'm telling you.
Can I
We
get a
are
chance to
doing
come in?
exactly. Hold on. We are doing exactly what Kenya is doing. Guys, let us know when
You
to
know, we have this habit of always condemning our country. Whatever we do, we always look at it as being
This is not about complaining about our country.
But
This is the
Remy,
right
your
thing to do.
antecedent exemplify who you are.
I beg,
We are very
for that
corrupt,
matter,
bastardized
have you
nation.
been to India that you said that Indians are not
Okay. Let's either to Nigeria or speak.
Sorry, Ola, let me ask them this question. Our last election, what percentage of our result was actually uploaded to the IRF? Did anybody know? Have we bothered to even check?
Almost 98%.
See, the INEC, they have a lot of budget. The money they are
Forget about that. The question I
what
asked,
are they using? They
do
know.
You know percentage of our result that was uploaded in 2023?
If you're talking about before declaration of the results, it wasn't as much, especially in the critical states.
When was the result? Wait now, when was the result declared?
A few days after the election, if I'm not mistaken.
Give us the date now, because if you don't know it, then you can't say.
Why do I have to know the precise date? The point is that you ask an initial question. You ask an initial question. Yeah, you ask an initial question about percentage.
Can I give you the result?
Hold on. In perfect fact, see, my issue with this one is that it's like what I say in Nigeria all the time. If you want to get power supply in Nigeria, you get a generator, you get solar, you get power from the mains. Even if you put Babalawo in between, but sooner or later Nigerians will blow past all of them. That's how all the systems that were put in place for the election in the general election, Nigerians find a way to blow past all of them. My concern with this one again is that they're going to find a way to blow past it. This is why I said, if a significant amount of polling stations are not able to transmit their results, should there be a consequence to INEC to redo that election? Because INEC is meant to provide means of transmission, not to find ways to ensure that there's no transmission, especially in those rural areas where the real rigging actually occurs. If you follow the election results, it's in the rural areas on the outskirts of town. That's where the real damage is done. This election is something we have to be careful about.
You know, the problem that we have is that we always believe that, everybody suspects one another. You are a thief, but you that you are talking, you are not a thief. So that is our mentality. Let me now tell you, the election result was declared on the 1st of March. Do you understand? And by 28th of March, 98% of that result has been uploaded on the IRF.
So how many days is that?
But the result is what matters.
How many days is that?
3 days after the election. 3 days after
the result is what matters.
The result came out on the 1st. 5 days after, I'll be almost 6 days after.
No. When was the election? What date was the election?
February 25 was the day of election.
So by 98, by 28
I thought they declared the president winner the next day morning, no?
It's not the next day. How can it be?
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Okay. I thought
okay, so
but
let's ask him, since he seems to know the details. By the time the president was declared this a winner, what percentage had been uploaded to?
I just told you now. I said by 28th of February, which is the 3rd day of election, 98% of the result were on the RF.
So you mean the president, when he was declared the winner?
I doubt
98% had been uploaded. Is that what you're saying?
Okay,
that is not accurate. I can sit here and tell you that that's not accurate.
It's not accurate. Somebody is who saying he said to date we don't have 55% of the result.
That's a lie.
No,
That
so you want
is a
to
lie,
believe
though.
that?
That is a
I
lie.
just
You
checked.
can look
It's
at the
not as
IRF
if
right now.
I didn't make it up. I just checked. You
No,
can check
no, no,
for
it
your
can't.
own.
No, it can't be accurate.
No,
It cannot
it's
be
not.
accurate.
It's not accurate.
28%. No, for a very long time, many of the states didn't even upload their results.
Yeah,
properly.
that was actually the
For a
confusion
long time.
about the election results, right? Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Me, I just want the system to work for everybody.
Okay.
I know when APC leave
can
power,
I
they will
come
start
here?
crying tomorrow. So I'm just in support of Nigeria. I want Nigeria to have at least, let's elect credible people by ourselves. Not all these
That's what
people
it
that
should
will
be
win.
now. But all these people that
Can
support
you allow
Jagaban, they
Aaron
always
to
work
speak,
with us.
please? Can you allow Aaron to speak, guys? Let Aaron speak, please, guys.
Mr. Can you hear me, Kenny?
But you are sounding very far, though. I don't know what is happening to your
How am I
device.
sounding for? I shouldn't. Oh, you know what? I know why. Give me just 1 second. I'll fix that now.
What about now?
Better.
Right now, this is much better. Okay, thank you very much. So, where do I start? Can we dismiss this idea of electronic transmission? We cannot transmit electronically. Yes, we can transmit electronically, but I think people don't even know what is being transmitted electronically. The form EC8A would not be an. The form EC8A is in fact the only thing that is used for electrical collation. What you will see on IREF is a selfie. It's like from EC8A taking a selfie. That is all you will see on IREF. It is not going to be a tabulated data.
God bless you. That's what I will be telling Remy. He
Wait,
said no.
Mr. AY, you are the one that's confused, not Remy. Mr. Remy is on point. I made the clarity yesterday. Nigeria does not have electronic voting. So
There is
therefore,
noise in the
we cannot do
background.
electronic transmission. All we are doing
Of
is
course, it's Simba now.
wait.
Let me mute him.
The individual who is the electoral officer at the polling unit is going to use the BVAS machine, which has a camera on it, to take a picture, to take a photograph of the EC8A that has been completed in public view of all the political representatives and a security agent, who will usually be a police officer. I believe, I don't know if the Army or the Navy deploy officers for that purpose, but I know it's a police officer usually. Okay, a police officer will deploy to each polling unit. He's going to observe. There are going to be other electoral observers, and each political party would have the opportunity to deploy a representative. Those individuals would actually participate in making sure that the form EC8A is filled out correctly. Remember that the ballot will be opened in public view. All the ballot papers will be counted in public view, and they'll be allocated to each political party in public view. On the ballot paper, you are not going to see the name of Peter Obi or Tinubu or Atiku. On the ballot paper, you see PDP, APC, LP, whatever political parties, YPP, whatever political parties are going to be there. After the allocation is done, okay, they'll be collected together. The counting will be done. EC8A will be filled out accordingly. There will also be a broadsheet, okay, which will be a duplication of the EC8A, which will be posted publicly on a wall in the election polling unit, so that every member of the public can go up to it, take a picture of it as well. Okay, so IREV, all the IREV is now what the issue was at the last election, which when they got to the Supreme Court, was that IREV is not known to law. Is not known to the electoral law. Okay, so if for instance Labour Party or PDP or APC, they submit a copy of the results that they captured from IREF. So let's say that I'm a litigant and I go to IREF and say, oh, in my polling unit, this is the copy from the IREF. I cannot submit that in court.
Arrow, they posted the result on the wall of the polling unit.
Yes. As well, yeah, that's the wall of the polling unit will have the
They
results.
hardly do that though. Yeah,
yes,
they
finish now. All right, allow us finish, guys.
The problem number one is not the law. The problem is us. All of us are cheats and all of us are liars, and we are all trying to cheat ourselves. Now, let me make it very clear: we do not have electronic voting. We have manual voting. We have manual collation. And what you will see on the IREV is not is just all it is just a picture. A digital copy of the EC. The EC8A is the original.
Remy, did you get that now?
I explain even more better than you.
No, you were saying different things.
You model it up.
Wait, can I complete? What the new law allows you to do is to go to the IREV, if you're a litigant in court, take a copy of what is on IREV, believing that what is on IREV is an original copy of the EC8A and it is correct, like for like. Now, you can then use that copy in court. Previously, you couldn't. Like someone said earlier on, the original is the primary copy. Okay, what this new law it recognizes that there's actually a digital copy of the original, which you can also submit in court.
Is that not the major difference?
That is the only thing the new law allows. So this idea that the law is allowing them to use the back door and also use an alternative is incorrect, because the EC8A and what's on IREV are the same thing. It is not an alternative, it's not a duplication of it. Now, what used to happen in the past is this, and where the argument is this, and this is where there's suspicion. What used to happen is, because the EC8A is filled manually, and because the individuals filling out the EC8A are usually ad hoc staff, usually NYSC guys. Think about it: a 20-year-old who probably has never even participated in an election themselves. Because think about the age of the average person undergoing NYSC is about 20, 21, 22. At most, maybe if you're an adult student, maybe in your late 20s. Some of these individuals have never participated in elections, so they don't even know how to vote. Not to talk about how to be a polling unit electoral officer. When they are filling out the IREV, they are under pressure. They might be in a remote, rural area where you might have hostile people as well. And sometimes they might be forced and they are under duress. They might make, and then sometimes there's poor lighting, because sometimes by the time they come to count the votes, it's getting late. So sometimes they are filling out the EC8A in poor lighting conditions. They are under duress. They themselves are inexperienced and they are immature as well.
I agree that. Do they force the polling agent to also sign it?
So that's the thing. So let me land. So the problem is, we need to make sure, that, and it is the duty of each Nigerian, each and every Nigerian. It is nothing. It's not a function of law. No amount of laws we try and pass would correct that. It's the function of every Nigerian, because you will have several observers, public individuals, observing the conduct of the election. It is the job of every Nigerian to make sure that the EC8A is filled out correctly, and the EC8A is filled out with that nobody is oppressed, that nobody is manipulated at the polling unit, and that the EC8A is correctly filled out without error. That is where the main issue is. No matter, you can take a picture and send it to the IREV. If the EC8A is filled out incorrectly, it doesn't matter. You will have the original will be fraudulent. The one in IREV will be fraudulent.
But I reckon there is one thing you left out. Before that form EC8A will be transmitted, all the polling units, polling agents
are going to have a copy. The security officer will have a copy and they will sign it.
So you cannot say that. So all the political agents, were they forced under duress to sign it?
Now, what we have seen in the past is there's been manipulation.
I think what you should say. I think what you should say that Nigerians generally are bad losers.
But there's also there's issues of manipulation and inducement at the polling units.
Of course,
and you cannot use any number of laws to get rid of this, because it is human behavior. What we need to do is that all of us need to decide that we want credible elections. Like I said, there's been a dissertation, a postgraduate student conducted research using data, and what he found out is the place where you had the highest amount of electoral irregularities was where? The Southeast. So the place where you had electoral irregularities, where the
I think you are here speaking well, but you are here misguided on which you are speaking. So don't be spooning that nonsense.
But no, this is not my.
I understand what Aro is trying to say.
It's one man propaganda you are leaning on. You are so wrong.
Comparable fact: in that last election, presidential election, it is only in the Southeast that we have a candidate that scored 94.
Let's not go there, okay? Let's not go there. Don't change the topic.
Igbo people
He's
are
right, man.
Wait,
okay, you want to go there? Let's go there then. Let's go there.
Mr. Remy and Kenny, please don't distract my, please. Man of prestige, I also want you to understand, okay? Please. There's no perfect Nigerian somewhere, and there's no absolutely corrupt Nigerian somewhere. So don't make it like
why are you picking on the southeast? Are you so perfect on the southwest?
Hold on, comparable fact. Arogidigba, a question for you.
Yes.
Are you talking of just 2023 or generally
no,
from?
The research was only conducted for 2023, and that's the.
Who did the research? Who did the research?
You know what? I'll put in the chat there. So you
come on, man. Just stop that nonsense.
Comparable facts. You don't even need to be angry. You understand?
Because I listened to it, but I didn't come in that day. That was just a one man manipulation.
Hold on. No, that could be observatory, right? Then because when if it's observatory, people will just say, okay, it was looking like the highest rigging happened in the southeast, but it doesn't mean that it's empirical.
I didn't even use word rigging. I use electoral irregularity.
Irregularity. So yeah.
What irregularity? Prove it. Give us the empirical data. You just come here and spoon in nonsense.
Sometimes the way you talk, you want to be phantom. It's not an observation. It was a study conducted.
I said this is what a postgraduate student did.
It is an observation,
and it was accepted by.
No. Yeah, it's of course it's observation now. Yeah.
When a postgraduate student is doing something as research and is submitting it as a body of work,
even observation, there is
this is something that will be accepted by the head of department. So this is something that professionals have documented. Can we accept it? This will make all of us better. I didn't say that people on their head.
Just round up and let us quickly document Joel and
what we need to ensure is that that all of us as individuals make sure that the electoral process is proper. Where the real issue is at the polling unit where manipulations occur. Okay, and the manipulation occurs in the filling out of the EC8A. So actually, it doesn't matter if they transmit it in real time or if they transmit it 2 days after. If what is filled out in the form EC8A is incorrect at the polling unit,
okay.
Because and what you see sometimes the students.
Thank you, Aaron. You still call me. I think you've documented. Yeah, Kenny.
See, there's a lot of argument. They've signed the things to the law. It's already signed to the law. Let's talk about them signing to the law. All this week, we are saying we are just talking gibberish after capital election. President, you already signed.
Don't mind them. Instead of them to even focus on what they are going to offer. So
let's move forward, man.
Doing useless protests and what they want to offer.
Simba, I actually see many people that are fighting against the law as a victim of manipulation of the political elite, to be honest. Let's also document Joel of Nashville. Joel of Nashville, are you there?
Thank you very much.
Hold on, just like that. Hold on now. We heard that the place with that we've experienced the heaviest rigging. You understand? And there are facts backing it up. You understand? You cannot, unlike every other.
Ola, why are you doing that? Why are you amplifying that rubbish?
No. Joel is scientific now. We'll be able to defend. Unlike you were unable to defend it. That's why I'm pushing it to Joel.
You didn't ask me to defend it.
Southeast is known for heavy rigging, and the facts are there glaring at everybody. So then the new electoral law is going to make sure that such kind of rigging is not going to happen in the Southeast. So what says you?
Thank you very much. Like, share, and subscribe. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show.
So why are you telling him thank you when he's here? Lying.
Courtesy demands that you do that. And it's not just him. I'm thanking everyone for giving me the opportunity to talk. Having said that, it's an unfortunate situation that a fraudulent government would make such callous statements about the Southeast. Like I said, hold on, please. Can I just you see, it is nothing that you can trust from a president that have a drug criminal history, and that's the administration. That's the man sitting as the number one. So what do you expect? In the Southeast, in the last election, Obi won the Southeast. Plain and simple. There was no way Tinubu could have won anything. You all forget where we are coming from. We just finished APC with APC government, who had referred to us as a dot. So sometimes you guys just make statements without looking at, what really made things to happen. The foundation of that is that APC had not treated the Southeast like their own. And we have every right. We have every right to react whichever way we want to react. 2023 wasn't the only election. Hold on, please.
Arogidiba, you started this nonsense, Arogidiba.
No, please.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something, please? Let me finish up, please. 2023 wasn't the only election we had. In 1999, it was OBJ. We voted a Yoruba man. In 2007, it was Yaradua. We voted an Hausa man. And we voted Goodluck Jonathan. So what is the problem? Why is it that wherever we vote, it's not for you guys? Obi won Southeast fair and square. You refer to us as a dot. You were here yesterday where the loquacious enigmatic said the Southeast are not in play. I said, but he was still saying that they will need to increase it to 25%. Why do you need 25% in the Southeast? Why do you need 25% in the Southeast? And that's the reason why Ababio is doing the magic he's doing in the National Assembly. Transmit this result from the polling unit to the IREF. What is hard is that they started talking about network. Meanwhile, the same INEC chairman in the last election, together with Mr. Igin, have also told you that they are capable of organizing election in Nigeria. For those of you talking about experts, you only call expert when it suits your purpose. But when when INEC, former chairman, former commissioner, they've all alluded to the fact that they can arrange these elections. What is the problem? Who is afraid of who? You have 30 governors. What is your problem? You have 58 senators. You are the majority in the House of Rep. So why are you afraid of free and fair elections? Many of you are not listening. You are just talking because you want to talk. Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
How would the law? How would the law? Don't let us ramble and draw this preaching. Don't dictate.
Don't give me. Hey. No. I was given the opportunity to talk.
You started.
You cannot. No. You are too little. So you can't do that. You can't do that. If you want to talk to me, you take excuse.
Okay, everybody hold on.
Everybody, hold on.
You guys should listen to Allah now. Allah is moderating. You should listen to him.
Everybody, hold on, please. Arrow Gidigba. Let's Joel make his own statement. You know, it's just coming. Then after you can interject. So, Joel, I will give you 3 more minutes to.
Thank you very much.
But you should put down his voice, though. You should put down his voice.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Having said what I said, the 2027 election ought to be a progress, an upgrade from the 2027 ought to be an upgrade from the 2023. But what we are seeing is that they put these provisos so that they will be able to rig elections. We talk about the professional. Mike Igini said that was a period that they gave a proviso for those people who don't have hands and all that. And he said in that election, almost one local government had no hands. We are dealing with criminals. So nobody can come here and tell me, oh, this is how it ought to be. No. Free and fair election. Vote at the polling booths. Let it be uploaded at IREF. That's it. Then go and do your collation. We have the result. You have the results. They say it's internet. The guy said that you don't need an internet. Take the picture. Whenever the machine gets to where there's internet, it will upload by itself.
No, that's the same thing we're all saying. All of us.
No, that is not what is happening. That's what the point is this. The point is the proviso also says that you have to refer to the if there's a discrepancy between the IREF and the ECA from ECA from ECA, the ECA carries the day. So who's fooling who?
What they say. They say if there's a delay, people. You don't know what you're talking about.
Please.
They say if there's a delay in the internet, if there's no network connection, they should rely on the from ECA 8.
That's the point. We're saying that no. We're saying that there is no way there will be any glitch on that day. Take a picture. Hold on. Take a picture of the ECA form. And when you get to where there's internet, the machine will upload by itself.
Yes. So
the issue that happened in the last election, where people have phones and they had internet, and the machine does not have internet. That is what we're talking about. That is when you read the last election. So the last election was rigged, and that's how Tinubu got into power.
Okay, do it.
So allow me to finish it because you cannot be attacking me. What I'm saying is just this. That Akpabio cannot be trusted. He cannot be trusted. And in 2027, let us not burn down our country. We must not burn our country. We must not burn our country. We're 2027. Whatever you want to do.
Okay, everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Me una calm down now. Abba, me self, I don't my seat vibrated.
They want to read. That's why they are crying.
Now, Joel, a question for you. You can take question from others too. A question for you. Do you know how this data from that polling unit, how the data are captured and how they are transmitted? Can you walk us through the process? That's for
yes. Okay. All right. You come in for accreditation. Right? After you done with accreditation, then you go and you do your facial recognition, right? With your fingerprint. Then you vote, right? So my thing is just this. Whenever, listen now, I'm done. It is not that simple. It's not that complicated. No, it's not that complicated. I just told you the major thing you will do. You go for your accreditation and you vote.
You don't know the process.
So shut up. No, don't tell me. Don't badge into me. Don't badge into me. I'm telling you the basics of what you're going to do that day. You want me to tell you that you're going to jump up, you're going to sit down, you're going to do this? No, I'm not here to tell you that. You get yourself accredited. You get yourself accredited. Hold on, please. You get yourself accredited and you go out there and you vote. My thing is not that. My point is this. Whenever it has been tabulated on the EC8 form and a picture is taken from the polling booths, right?
Okay. What is used to take the picture? What is used to take the? What device is used to take the picture?
Is the what's the device again? What do we call it? The device that they use. The what?
Phone?
Mobile phone. Mobile phone. Now come on now. If you know what it is, don't waste my time, please. It's not for us to the beavers machine. Thank you. So now what I'm just saying is this, right?
No,
hold on, please. Hold on.
No,
okay.
You will continue. That we are interrupting you. Now,
go ahead.
So you believe that the biometric data on that hard drive of that beavers cannot be manipulated, right? Then how come you believe that the results can be manipulated? Because IREV is what you use to do verification, right? To verify voters. So and the same beavers is storing the image of that the voting form that everybody has signed, the agent, everybody. So how come you don't believe that they can manipulate the biometric data there, but they can manipulate the one for?
No, this is what happens. This is what happens, right? When they say that it should be based on the EC8 form, right? Where the EC8A form, right? When they get to the collection center, that is where they start changing those numbers. That is the point we're making, and that is how we read the election the last time. The election is rigged at the collection center. So if you allow those results to get to the collection center, whatever you see, you take. What we are saying is just simple. What we are saying is just simple. You are going to do your collation. Please let me just talk. You are going to do your collation, but let the result come from the IREV portal, where every one of us sees what is going on. In Makoko, we know what the polling booth there. We know what's coming up from there. We are seeing it. If you're tabulating, if you're tabulating at the collation center, you will not come and give us bogus numbers. That's the point.
Okay, Joel. Okay, hold on. Everybody, hold on. No. Now, I know that Simba has been interjecting, but he has not spoken fully. Then maybe let us now move to Simba. Then after Simba, we come. After Simba, we come to Tunaija. So, Simba, are you there?
Let me represent Simba. See, what I have news here, breaking news from INEC chairman. So this thing is not complicated. We are making it complicated. Listen, he said
exactly
no real-time transmission. INEC clarify result protocol for FCT council poll. INEC clarify its result transmission protocol for the FCT council poll. Stating results are uploaded after counting and signing, not in real time. This is what I'll be explaining. This is not
after counting and signing. Where?
A man of prestige and Jewel, people should be talking that.
No. After counting where? After where's the counting going on?
So after counting and signing, you upload it to IREV. This is the transmission Nigeria asking for. When people say you read time, it's not read time.
That's what the asking for. No, man of president and Jewel, that's want something different.
That is what we're asking for.
Hold on. I've already clarified myself.
What we're asking for is
there's nothing like a real-time transmission. I already clarified myself on that.
Everybody hold on. You see, I understand what you are saying. It's just like you are not a lawyer. You start to want to be using legal term or those stuff. Real time, you understand. Let us take it in layman's language. Even if you like use the word real time, the thing is that you are transmitting from that polling unit. That's what people are calling real time. We understand that. That's live transmission is what people want. So whether some people are using real time or whatever, don't take everybody as IT professional now. So when they are saying real time, we understand what they mean, right? So, but you all now agree that a result is what is going to be transmitted after all agents have countersigned. Yes or no?
Yes, that's what it is at the polling unit.
What are you fighting for?
Yes. That's what it is. Even in America, that's what we do here.
At the polling unit. They said at the polling unit, they will take a picture and we upload it.
Hold on, Joel. Hold on, Joel.
Please, let me speak, please.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
And before you speak, and we want remove the manual option. This is what we are asking.
AY, please
not
hold on.
What
is the manual option? No. AY, what is the manual option?
Can I speak, guys?
What's the manual option?
So if the electronic transmission fail,
AY, what you are speaking, I will not allow you to speak.
Kenny, wait now. Kenny, wait, I beg.
Okay. Kenny, your body too hot.
Kenny, wait, let him finish.
Falabale, Abiola.
Let him finish. What's the manual option? What is the manual option?
The manual option.
He does not want the Form ECA. He does not want it. That's what you're saying.
Okay. Arrow. Hold on. You know, I asked you guys this thing to explain the process. You understand? Along the line, do you know one thing I've realized about what we are all saying? We want the best situation for our country, but there we do not really understand.
No, you don't. You guys don't. You guys don't.
Okay, thank you. Everybody, hold on now. Me, I don't fish out too because I'm not even eating this morning. I beg.
Let me speak.
No, Kenny, please give me 10 seconds. I will just round up. Now, the thing is this. That thing is scanned manually. Right. When you still scanning of it is still manual. It is RF itself, it is Beaver itself, when it's connected online, that will transmit. If there's no network, it's not going to transmit, but the thing will still be on that Beavers. That's the thing. If you cannot transmit due to poor data connection, then you can do it manually. Is that difficult?
In the last election, they asked for the review of the Beavers, and they refused.
I want to speak.
They refused.
I want to speak.
That's the point.
Go ahead, Kenny. Go ahead, Kenny, please.
Are you the only one here? Thank you, Daddy.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah. See, nobody has monopoly of shouting. We can all shout. We all have big voice. See, what I can see here, we have 3 obedience here that their voice is not aligned. That shows that they don't have clue. They don't know what they want. They are confused set of people. One is asking for. Hold on, let me finish.
Is not obedient too.
But Kenny, you are so wrong. Don't we have different mind? Does we have to align? Does you have to align with your APC, everything they say?
Let me finish. I don't know. I will cut you now. If you don't let me finish.
This idea of purity and holiness. They're fucking idiots.
You guys are you guys are. I don't know.
Hey guys, let us slow it down.
Let me finish. Let me finish. See,
please let us please don't call people name, please.
I'm not calling anybody.
Yeah, I hear you, Kenny. Yeah.
Ola, they will come here. They say, "Where's the APC at faithful? Where's the APC at faithful?" All of us, we had the video when Obi sit down like a mumu in Canada, and his colleague or his followers say, "We will rig this election for you." They're not talking about that.
That's correct.
That's a lie.
That's not a lie.
Nobody said. Hold on. Nobody said they're going to rig the election. Nobody said they're going to rig the election for Obi. What do you mean?
So you've not seen the camera?
No. Nobody said they're going to rig it. No. Obi cannot be. Oh no! That was AI.
Okay, let me finish.
That was AI generated by your Tinubu, by your druggy president. That's the person that.
Okay, let Kenny make a statement.
Fucking Obi, please. Don't you do for a gay man that you are following?
Tinubu don't like you. Tinubu don't like you.
Yes, Kenny is so ignorant. Kenny is so ignorant, probably illiterate too.
Hold on. I want to ask a question. Is anybody drawing monthly stipend from all these politicians? Yeah, is anybody?
Kenny does. 20K.
Yes, I do. They pay me. Yes.
Attach 20K.
You know why I asked that question? You understand? We are just wasting our energy on people that want to realize their ambitions. What we need is this. What is good for common people? I know you want president to come from your area. Yeah, I know we want it to come from my area. But that should not even be what to discuss here because we are degenerating to personal attack based on people that want to realize their ambitions. And to me, I don't think we should discuss that way because it's really it's becoming too.
Ola, I just want to say this.
Ola, thank you for that.
Let me finish. Let me finish my rubbish. Please, I beg you. Allow me to finish my rubbish. Allow me to finish my rubbish.
Allow him because he needs the 20K. He needs to be paid 20K. Allow me to talk to him because the monitor is time.
So I will use that to
monitor is time.
I will use it to feed your mama in your village. Okay?
No problem. Come now.
Yes. No, don't let us go personally. Please.
No problem.
Let's continue.
Okay.
I have
if you
big
guys
mouth.
want to start insulting yourself, I'm not here, man. I can't be. Please.
No, don't go away. Don't go.
Tell him now. Tell him not.
Please,
not to put mouth and insult me.
please.
Guys, don't let us.
Just like what Ola said, now they are not paying any of us, so let's respect you. You can't.
No, Mom. You know, calling my mom.
No.
You're gonna call my mom?
No, Joel and Kelly, you're gonna please let us talk.
You're gonna call my mom for real?
Call your father if you don't care.
No, guys, don't let us involve our family.
It's all right.
No, see.
If you have one, you won't be talking like that, but it's okay.
Hold on, guys. We are all educated here. You understand? I think the least person here, depends that they didn't attend school at all on a first degree. That you didn't go to school at all on a bachelor degree. You understand? And we should be role models to people. So we are discussing issues. You understand? Some people finished themselves for Buhari yesterday. Today they are cursing Buhari. Even we have some people that placed their life, almost laid their life down for Buhari to become the president, and they eventually became a victim of the insecurity of that country. You understand? So why should I be disturbing myself on politicians that don't care about? All I care about is this: when this politician is there going to be a benefit for me? That's the only thing I want.
To be frank, I don't see any reason why we should be fighting over this electoral amendment they just did. They're giving people a lot of opportunity as a political party. You have your polling agent. Election is manual. For counting, it's also manual. And after that, every polling agent and presiding officer, they will sign on the form ECA 8A before uploading to the BVS machine onward to IREF. So why are we unnecessarily fighting over it? So
we're fighting because internet, they'll bring up internet that day and they say internet is not working, like we had glitches in the last election. And that is what we're trying to prevent.
Hold on, Joel. Let me ask you a question, Joel. If you nominated Pat Utomi as your polling agent and is there to countersign and hold a copy of that, are you saying you cannot trust what Pat Utomi will give you as the result of that election?
No, you see, you don't get it. You don't get it. The paper that is signed, right, by the agents, what I'm telling you is this: that by the time it gets to what they call it, to the collation center, they now change all those numbers. And now we don't have that. No, that is what.
No, Remy.
Hold on. That is what
right. That's exactly what Wike did in River State.
That is what we prevented in River State. That brought in Okorocha. So I know these things. I know the game they play. The election are rigged at the collation center.
Let me put this straight.
So what we're just saying is just simple. What we're saying is just simple.
Let me put it to you this way. You said at the collation center, they will now double the figure, right? They will change all the
That's what they've always done.
Okay, relax. Relax. It's easy. I'm going somewhere. So all the votes that Obi got in all the Obi won national state, the South 5 states, one Lagos, one some 12 states, and including FCT. So do you mean all those votes Obi got in all those places, are they his real vote, or they also change them, especially from the Southeast?
No. Like a month.
So that we can move ahead quickly. So that
it cannot be a yes or no. It cannot be a yes or no answer because there were different regions. There were different regions. So no. What we saw in the last election. Hold on. If I can use River State as an example, what we saw in the last election was that but that's why I say that you cannot make it. So
where you lose the election,
you don't want me to talk.
No,
they
because
gave
I asked a very good
OT.
question.
Hold on. It is these things are these things.
Make it clear.
I am making it clear to you. I'm making it clear to you, but you don't want me to talk.
Okay.
Oh God.
Hold on, guys.
Let me just answer. I will answer the question long before.
A minute to answer a question. A minute.
Thank you. Thank you. So the issue there is this, right? Depending on the region, there were rigging of voters, and it depends on also the states. Like in a state like River State, Obi won in River State, but the collation center. Hold on, Obi won in River State clearly in River State, and at the collation center, Wike went in there as a governor and changed those numbers.
So okay, fine.
And that's the reason why some of the people that went against him when he was fighting for said it. They said that Obi won River State. So my point is just this: where did he rig that election? He rigged that election at the collation center. So what we are saying is just so.
Okay, Joel,
I think your point
trying
to say that anywhere
go ahead. Go ahead now. I give you a minute too.
Okay, thank you. So what this man is trying to tell is that wherever Obi loses, that means he was rigged. But whenever Obi wins, that is the correct vote. Thank you, Ola.
Okay. Now, Joel and Obedient. So, will you tell me that in Lagos, where Tinubu lost, because Lagos was supposed to be his stronghold, were you saying the same thing that the result was correct at the polling unit, but at the collation center, the rig?
Yeah, they suppressed those numbers. Obi won by a wider margin than what we had there.
So
that what was presented.
Hold on.
You understand what I'm saying? Obi won because the chairperson of Lagos State for Labour Party, right?
No,
they had
you didn't get me very well. No, Tinubu was supposed to win in Lagos. But that they now swap Tinubu vote now for Obi, so that was why Obi.
No. That's what I'm saying. This you still don't get it. That's the reason why I keep telling people that voting en masse can kill rigging. People came out to vote en masse in Lagos State, so no matter how they suppress the vote, they could not suppress it.
So, but they did not suppress
it. They could not suppress it enough for Tinubu to win.
Hold on, Joel. You, everybody here that you say this thing, do any of you have that evidence that you want to post for us here? And did they present all those evidences when they were in court? Because from the information we had, what Obi was fighting for was that his technicality that it shouldn't have been on the ballot. He never said the swap result. So any of us that we are saying here that we are saying that they swap, hold on. Can some of us just give us a sample? You understand when I say sample, even if you can just get 5, you don't have to get like 24. Can you please give us 5 samples of that result that they swap and let us view everything here together? Because I've been
that was 2 years ago. Come on, that was 2 years ago. Who has it in there? Those when that election was going on, it was out there. And look, we have to look at timeline.
But we never get those copies. That's what I'm saying. No, we argue this thing. We never get the copies of the rigged one here. So when are we even going to get these copies of this?
Ola, in addition to what you're asking them, during the court processes, all of them brought in a lot of sand. Some even have like 20 senior advocates of Nigeria. None of them was able to prove that in Lagos State, this is Mr. Tinubu vote. This is Mr. Obi vote that was cheated. This is Mr. Obi vote that was cheated in Sokoto.
They did. They did not. They did present. They did present in Lagos. They did present in River State. And yet the election was still not cancelled.
Please.
And that is why we are saying that we should not revert to from ECA form. If it is uploaded, that should be enough. What is uploaded for the polling booths? Because they're saying if there's a discrepancy.
If you follow Ola said, and let's talk in all honesty, forget about the people you are supporting now. In all honesty, in that election tribunal, both at the Court of Appeal and when they give the opportunity at the Supreme Court. None of Obi or Atiku, they did not brought from ECHA, from any of the states they were cheated. Atiku was fixated on Tinubu Chicago University. Obi was fixated that they shouldn't have nominated Shetima as a VP candidate. They were all on technicalities. And that is why it took the Supreme Court.
That was when INEC, it has to change because INEC refused them access to the beavers. So that's the point. So why INEC, if INEC organized an election with taxpayers' money, why would the people that participate of the same election not have access to the beavers? They said no, they did the beavers in 2 weeks' time, so they had to clear it and reprogram it. Who is fooling who? Who is fooling
who? Hold on. Now let's be honest with ourselves, right? I ask you a simple question, you understand? And I know that among you obedient, you have people that are very good, that they can do like a web scraping solution. You can download and use some kind of OCR technology. You understand? Trying to analyze this resource, sort out the one manipulated or whatever. As brilliant as your obedient base is, nobody has ever come out that okay, I've analyzed this thing and these are the ones that I see manipulated. See, even the result as far back as that time, you understand, you still find the result here. You can still go to that result. So the idea of it was 2 years ago, 2023, no, that is not adding up. I want you guys, before you defend this thing, go to this side, bring a particular result that you think is manipulated, then we can go into this photo together and see and do comparison to really see which one was manipulated, not just speculating. You understand? This is what we are. Is that not what we are seeing here? Are we not seeing it in there? We are still seeing it there. You understand? Where exactly? You understand?
So even if
where
you check
exactly
total vote cast in Rivers State, I don't think it runs to. We cannot know that
where exactly. So these are the results we are looking at. Is it? You understand? And your party agent can't assign. So the only thing you are telling me here is this. That means that if you cannot trust your party agent, then there is a big issue here. You understand? That means you should be able to trust your party agent.
Ola, another question you should have asked is this. Why is one political party was unable to provide polling agent for 44,000 polling units? And they claim they won an election. Secondly, sorry, you will talk now. Ola, look at the pattern.
This one I'm showing you is even a number election, though. You understand? This is a number election.
Look at the pattern of the election in all the region of Nigeria. The only difference, I'm sorry to say this we are talking in truth now, honestly. If you look at the pattern of all the election, region by region, you will see that in the northeast and northwest, Tinubu and Atiku were quite competitive. But when you go to the north central, you will see that Tinubu and Obi were quite competitive. And when you go to the south-south, you see that Obi and Atiku were quite competitive. And when you go to the southwest, you will see that Tinubu, Obi, and Atiku were competitive. But when you go to the southeast, none of these other two candidates are competitive.
Hold on. Remy, you are modeling the water.
I'm not modeling the water.
You are speaking half of the truth. Because the only place that will be one is Lagos, because they are more refined Southwesterners in Lagos.
Atiku won Osun State. Atiku also won Osun State.
Right. I'm talking about Obi. They are more refined.
Tell me which state any one of these guys won in Southeast.
There's no place in Southwest that Obi won. Only in Lagos, because
we won Lagos State, for God's sake. What are you saying?
Yeah, because there's more refined people in Lagos. No, Lagos is a different.
What we are asking is very simple. How come
you can't use Lagos as an example of Southwest?
Wait, man of Prestige, I will not allow you to continue with that nonsense. Are you suggesting that other people in Southwest that are not from Lagos are not refined, that we are illiterates?
Do you know what I mean by refined?
Take that shit back. Are you stupid?
No, I'm not taking that shit back. I mean
They are more enlightened. It doesn't have to be education.
They have in Lagos. They don't have in Oyo State.
But they are more enlightened. What are you talking about? Why you? Like this is enlightened.
I didn't say anything about education.
What are you talking about?
Guys. Do you know what an enlightenment is?
Everything doesn't talk like dog.
Why education they have in Lagos? They don't have in other parts.
Everybody, hold on. Let us have some.
Lagos is more enlightened. What are you talking about?
They're not more enlightened. Stop aggregating nonsense.
Far more enlightened than you from Oyo.
So that means people in the southeast are
guys, don't let us start using my button, please. Don't let us.
We are not fighting.
The thing is this: I want you guys. Don't let us go personally. Let us be modest. You understand?
But they're not modest, Mr. Allah. They're not.
No. Arrow.
Arrow. You are the one that you are the one that is burning your belly.
Yeah,
I'm being more semantic with my word. I'm not trying to be bigotry or whatever. I'm not trying to downgrade any. The Southwest are well-educated people, but I use the word enlightenment, more refined, and it's driving you crazy.
I will start muting people. Guys, I will start muting people. That's what I don't want to do. Guys, the next voice I want to hear now is Prince Daddy. Because Prince Daddy, please.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I mean, I don't moderate, so I'm not going to tell you guys how to do your job. But sometimes earlier you give Joel like 2 minutes to respond. It's always an opportunity for us to learn on this platform. I mean, for those of us that want to learn, that is. So when you give people like 2 minutes to respond, don't allow anybody to interject. If they do, just mute them or put it in the background, for example. Let's hear what they have to say. If you agree with the position or not, at least we learn something or we know how to refute the argument. Too much talking, when people are trying to respond. And I know sometimes, for sure, a lot of people on this platform, on this panel, they talk too much. Simple question, they will take 5 minutes to answer the damn question. So use your discretion and cut them off too. They're talking too much, but let's all hear their response and what they have to offer. So thanks for giving the time. Just quickly to address Joel, what he was talking about earlier. Joel, you always try to be crafty when you're trying to respond to stuff. You mentioned earlier that, Obasanjo, Yadua, and Jonathan, that the Southeastern have a diverse electioneering position in Nigeria, and that is not true. You know that you guys are quite silo rather, and you are quite regional and linear in your approach to politics in Nigeria. The common denominator among these 3 candidates is that they belong to the PDP, and we know that the Southeasterners are strong in the PDP party. That's the only reason why you vote for Yoruba person or Hausa person for that matter. So you don't have a good diversity when it comes to.
Is that not voting? Is that not voting?
No. This is what I'm saying. You see, you will never, unlike the Yoruba, for example, that jump ship and go vote for LP or OPTB and LP. You guys don't readily do that. You will never jump in mass and go vote in APC or any other party. But you will do so in a party that suits your preference, which is great. There's nothing wrong with that. But stop pretending like you're so diverse in your opinion when it comes to election. That is not true. Don't bamboozle.
We don't have to be. We don't have to be. We might have a political culture. My own political culture might not be the same as yours. But the issue there is that if there's a Yoruba man on the ballot, we vote. But the idea that we are voting based on tribe should not be sold. Because I remember in one of the elections, Ojukwu was in the election. We did not vote Ojukwu. You know what I'm saying? So you guys should take it easy. The issue there is, hold on now. Let me talk now. I was just talking. The same thing they just corrected us about now. You just flouted it. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, I will be done.
Okay, go ahead.
My thing is just this. My thing is just this. Do not make it that we are voting against tribe because we decided to vote to be. No, we have voted other tribes, but we are saying this time around that this guy is the guy we wanted. We have tested all of you. You guys failed. You guys, all of you, Olule, even Tinubu, Olule. In terms of the policies.
say you have two ways to go. You guys either vote for your party or you vote for your tribe or you vote for your man. Which is
no. We're voting individual.
Hold on, a lot
We're
of
voting
regions
individual.
do that. It's not unique to you guys. It's not unique to the Southeasterners. But you like to pretend as if you have diversity in your electioneering, and you don't really. You really don't in the Southeast. You know, you guys say. And by the way, just like Prestige rather, I question that survey or that statistics about South. There was so much fraud in the Southeast in the past election. I remember when they brought it up. I like, where did it come from? How about it? How did it come up to that conclusion? And you know, say I try to be fair as much as possible, but the reality is that look, there's no doubt that and to your point, Joel, that you know. The momentum in the country maybe favor Peter Obi in the Southeast, and there's no way. I mean, I wasn't surprised that Peter Obi had a high percentage in vote in the Southeast. I didn't doubt it at all. But it doesn't mean, though, at the end of the day, there was no electionary malfeasance that occurred. It didn't mean that.
Okay, to buttress your point, that quickly buttress my point, what George Nashville said, that, okay, this is our son, and then we voted for him 94%. But when you look at the other region, it was not so like that. It was competitive throughout. You can see, I said not east and not west.
And man of Prestige said that we are not that. We are. What did he say? What's that stupid statement?
So they voted for their son, which is quite understandable. Nobody is.
You're not you're not enlightened. It's true. Why are you so pained about that? There is no state that enlightened us.
Okay, guys, hold on. This is what I don't want. I don't want all these altercations. Let us talk to issues, not attack. I know. Hold on, Remy, please. Let us talk to issues, no personal attack. You understand?
Well, tell that to man of Prestige, which is tacit insult.
Hold on, because hold on. Nah, guys, I'm getting frustrated now. You know, I'm multitasking here. I'm working at the same time. I'm trying to keep us together. Guys, no personal thing. Let us talk to issues. Like, you see, like when I asked that question the other time, if anybody is on payroll, because I don't know why I should go for someone jugular just because I want to defend anybody. I'm not defending a politician. I'm only defending my own politician based on policy. You understand? How will Tinubu policy on petroleum industry, how will it affect me? How will it help me more? You understand? Who is that politician that will do something that I will say, okay, I want to leave Canada and go back to Nigeria? That's all I'm particular about. If I go for my tribal person, if it's not going to achieve that, I'm just wasting my time, and that means that going to school, I just wasted my time learning, and I don't want us to. Let me land, please. Let me please. Now the thing is this: let us be moderate. Don't let us attack. You understand? Let us be good role models. That's what I preach.
I want to quickly read out a statistics. Probably, maybe I will share with you. I'm looking at the 2 years performance of this present administration, and this is what I have. You guys might say, you might dispute it. Before 2020, quarter one of 2023, our trade balance was 20 billion. But as of today, of quarter one of 2025, our trade balance is 5.7 trillion naira. And our oil production in 2023, before this president, it was 1 million barrels per day. As we are talking now, we have about 1.6 million barrels per day. And when we talk about airline block fund, that means the airline that the government of Buhari was unable to pay was standard 1.3 billion US dollars. As of today, we are not owing any airline their money, it's zero. The minimum wage that time was 30,000, but as of today is 70,000. I'm trying to talk about the result of the reforms and things that are taking place.
What was gas price? What was gas price then and now?
Let me finish. Our net reserve was 4 billion on quarter one of 2023, and as of quarter one of 2025, our net reserve stands at 23 billion US dollars, and our average foreign inflow it was 654 million dollars in quarter one of 2023.
Okay, Remy. I think people are saying we should go back to electoral.
Mr. Remy, yeah, don't let us do that.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Now, let me lead the way. You understand? You see, when I asked my question the other time, we have to be sincere about how we do this thing. Now, I know that obedience are the one fomenting trouble around this electronic voting. You understand? I intentionally went to Yobe. Look at this result, and I want anybody that want to be sincere with me with what we are seeing here. If you can all see that result. Now, look at this Yobe. This is a Yobe. This is a what? What Yobe? Whatever. Look at the party present there. Can you see? Can you see LP here? You can see. Now, I will just take about 3-4 samples. Then we go from there. Now, this is another word, polling unit. You understand? This is another polling unit. Then, okay, let's see this quick view of this one, and to see the result. Let us see the result. I hope they've not. Okay. I don't know the format for that one. Let me just go for another one. You will see why I'm picking this thing. You will see that you will never see the agent there. So when you are not sending agent to a polling unit, then why are you fighting? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hope obedient have not sent some kind of thing to my system now. And this is one of those things we are saying. Okay, low back party. But please go ahead. What I'm saying is what I discover here is that you don't even have agent there. So if you don't have agent somewhere, how does this electronic transmission, how does it help you? That's the point. How does it
don't worry. No, and my brother, in the next election, we learned our lesson in 2023. Right? So in the next election, because we were hit with the loopholes, in the next election we'll come out.
But hold on. Look at this. Look at this result. Look at the seal. Look at the seal.
Yeah.
Look at the stamp. You understand?
Yeah.
Look at the date. And when you now compare to the date, the date that the thing was transmitted, only you see, you will see all those things. So what exactly is our problem?
We don't have problem.
AY.
No, we do.
Let me
AY.
Some of those results.
Hold on. AY hasn't spoken for a while. Let us
you see, this result you are sharing now, it's just how Nigeria have this blind argument. Even on Dr. Damage, I remember telling people Peter Obi does not have the structure, but people said, "Oh, what is structure? What is structure?" You actually need a structure, but thankfully, Peter Obi has realized that. So it's in ADC. ADC, I strongly believe they will have the structure. Labour Party, we are broke now. They don't even have the money to pay agent. This is the truth. ADC, I mean, they have big guys over there, so they were able to cover the money to cover the whole country. PDP can do that. APC can do that. For you to win election in Nigeria, I will repeat a million times, you need the structure all over the country to win the election, period. This issue of electronic transmission of results, I start by it. I watched Mikey Guinea, the former INEC commissioner, interview this morning. He was saying that for long, they've been fighting this with politicians. The easiest way to authenticate our result is to make sure every result is transmitted electronically. We need to all agree to this. For me, this is not about party. I don't know where anybody belongs, but this is where me I stand.
AY, can you please explain what is electronic transmission?
We'll be explaining.
Let's have clarity. No, I'm not explaining it because evidently it's error.
Okay, the way
when you say electronic, do you mean the same way that Ola has it on screen right now, which is
yes.
So we are not agreeing. We are not in contention now.
Here is the problem. We are in contention. Where we are in contention is they need to make it mandatory. And
it is mandatory already now. Is it not mandatory? How is it not mandatory?
It's not mandatory. It's not mandatory. It's not mandatory. One.
Okay,
secondly,
how is it not mandatory? No. Don't let us move on from this. How is it not mandatory?
Because we have alternative.
We don't have an alternative. What? No, we don't have an alternative, and I will not allow the Senate to pass the law. Please.
We do have alternative. That's what we're talking about. Go and read the law. Go and read the law. We have an alternative. They provide so. So what are you talking about?
Why do you think people are fighting?
The proviso only allows that when you cannot transmit it at that point
is an
in time.
alternative now. You don't know what politician will do.
The proviso doesn't say you should not transmit it. It says that when you can't transmit it right then and there, that it gives you some more time for you to transmit it when the data is when the device.
Okay, hold on. AY, answer this question for me. You understand?
Okay.
Now, if that, do you believe that when you are doing something, you need to have a backup? Let's start with that.
No,
I'm asking. Okay, you are in Canada now. Do you drive without your extra tire? I want to ask.
When I've been explaining this, right? Yeah, you can have alternative, but not this kind of alternative. When you see them demanding for manual transmission as alternative, they will use it to rig a lecture. Even if you
okay, another question. I got your this thing. Another question. So
let me
if your
tell you the
agents,
alternative.
no, wait now. If your party agents are on ground and they can truly testify, because there must be a process before they change to manual. If they can truly testify and there's no mutilated paper that is uploading, are you saying if everything clerically clear, no manipulation and straightforward, are you saying you have that doubt that your agent, your polling agent, has been bought?
Yeah, that's what I want to explain. Let me quickly explain that. When you make it mandatory, right? You cannot say, okay, after completion of a election, within 24 hours, we want all the results transmitted electronically. So in that way, even the agent, the people around there, they will have a copy of the result, not the physical copy. It might just be a photocopy. So let them have it. They can use that to compare what
the agents have a physical copy. Why they've always had a physical
copy. I know, but look at it. When, for example, when APC have a strong room, they can look at IREV, look at the result. They look at the copy, the physical copy they have, and compare the result. Labour Party do same, ADC do same. It will give some kind of credibility to our election.
So
hold on. Sorry. No, let me finish my interrogation. George, let me finish my interrogation.
Let the judge finish.
Now, look at it this way. Look at it this way. Now, your party agent, they have the photocopy, right? They have the copy. Everybody takes out his phone. They snap.
Right.
Then in their presence, because I know definitely in their presence, it will be uploaded into the BVAS, right? Before they leave.
Right.
Good. Now, you all have that copy and you go. If they transmit it there, because you saw, you don't trust the system. No, so if they transmit there and you see it online, you see the result online. Now, how does that solve your problem? Because if it is problem of trust issue, why don't you think, hold on, why don't you think after uploading your presence that the same people can go and upload another one again and transmit and now delete the one that is on IRE? Why are you not worried about that? How come you are worried about that online transmission?
Because that's very important. Let me tell you, with that, right, you have evidence in court. Apart from that, let me tell you how Nigerian elections are rigged.
No, how did one on the tablet of your agents and not evidence that the one on IRF? Meanwhile, assuming
that is the one that
they need to tally. Don't forget. They need to all sign. They need to authenticate that result before it's set out.
Yes.
That's what I say. Yeah.
INEC official will sign. Agent will sign. That is
how. So which one do you think is more authentic?
Can I ask chance to speak, please?
Kenny, yeah, you can interrogate AY. Yeah, you got go ahead.
Okay, AY, I want to ask this question. Oh, please, sir. Ejo. AY, only me and you. I want to ask this question. Ola, I've asked this question before. And AY, I want to agree with you for argument's sake that, okay, what you're asking for, we are giving you. Yeah, there is no backup. Now, they will sign that it will be in real time, everything you asked for, right? Now, we go into election, okay? Me, all of us on this page now, we are 9 or 7. How many of us? Maybe 9. Now, you vote, I vote, all of us vote. Now, maybe 2 Niger votes did not go through. on that day. Did not go through there's no network for him to pass it through. So what will happen to Niger votes?
Again, you are getting it wrong. Without
answer that question, please.
No,
let me
it's a
answer you.
simple question.
Ola, can I speak?
What
Ola, can I speak?
happened to
Hold on,
Let me
Papa
answer you.
Rufai.
Let me
I'm
answer you.
getting this. Hold on,
Kenny,
please. Hold on.
Kenny, we
Papa
don't
Rufai,
transmit individual vote. We transmit.
No. Wait.
It doesn't matter of individual. We are talking about polling. What would happen to that polling unit?
We will transmit polling unit by polling unit.
Let me
state by state.
So
tell us what's going to happen. Hold on, sir. Hold on. I need you to get me, please. We transmit polling units by polling units. Every state transmits by polling units. Now, in my state, Osun State, let's, for example, I have 20 zones. I have 20 polling units in my state. Out of 20 polling units, 5 polling units have no network to transmit. What happened to that 5?
That's what I'm saying. So you give a buffer, right? Give people, okay, transmit results at least 24 hours after completion of election. In that way,
is that not what the new law has done?
No, the new law is saying you got to do manual, take the paper to.
So we can't use IREV for collation. It's the original that must be used for collation. The main thing is you need to make sure that the original, the integrity of the original is where we focus our attention. Making sure that the original is not corrupted. That is what we should
Aro, you're going to have your own chance, please. I'm asking the question. I want you to go to me now. Now you said they will take picture. Then you should deliver whenever I deliver. Is that what you said? AY.
So he's gonna deliver. If he doesn't deliver, you will know.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. I want to get you. So when they take the picture and there's no internet, when is it going to deliver?
So there might be delay, right? This thing is not rocket science. It's just
hold on now.
It's just like you. It's just like me.
Yeah.
Hold on. It's just like me sending something to you on WhatsApp. Sometimes it doesn't deliver. Oh, it doesn't deliver. You resend it. So
now, if
you don't have to resend it. Once you take a picture of it and there's internet, it will upload.
It will upload. This one,
please hold on, sir. So if it doesn't deliver in 3, hold on now. If it doesn't deliver in 3 days or 2 days, what happened to the result?
He's gonna deliver. Let's leave grandma.
He's going to deliver.
Listen to what Ken is asking you.
Okay.
That's the loophole.
Wait, Joel, can you listen? Okay.
I don't want to give our politician loophole.
No. But please, Kenny, the only thing that's pissing me off is this idea that you people are standing on one side and people like Kenny and myself are standing on the other side, and you people are angels and we are demons. I will not accept.
But you are. You are.
You're the only one that clever. Other people are dumb. They don't know what
you are. Most of you are.
That is fine.
You are stupid to say you are.
Can you answer?
It's mad, well like a lion.
I want you to grasp what Kenny is asking you.
This Kenny is so funny. I mean, something there for that boy.
I don't know. He doesn't talk nonsense. They back like dog.
Wait.
Who cares?
Can you wait?
Who cares? You don't even talk from my front. So what's the need? So you can talk anything. You can take anything you want to say. Right?
And can I put it to AY properly? And I want to listen to me very clearly, okay? So that all of us are on the same page. You are contesting that you would prefer for electronic collation, because really what you're asking for is the use of the IREV data for the purpose of collation. Now, the IREV would only be populated when the BVAS, the data that's been sent from the BVAS, lands in the IREV. So let's say at the polling unit, election finishes at 6 p.m. They do the counting. The EC8 form is signed by 6:30, and at 6:30, 6:31, the polling unit officer uses the BVAS to capture the EC8 form, and he sends it at 6:31. Because there's no data, because it's a rural area. Okay, because the rural area, it sends the data and it doesn't go through because there's no connection. In that meantime, it's making its way towards the ward. Okay, let's say for whatever reason, some technical matter happens. The data is captured. The data. Remember, the data has been captured at 6:30. But because of some technical reasons, the data does not land in the IREV for another 2 days. What are you going to use?
It does not happen that way. I say it cannot happen that way. You cannot put in your stuff. You cannot put in your own. You cannot put in your own stuff inside it. INEC said immediately you get to where there's internet, the result will upload. Stop putting your own thing.
Because
stop putting your own corruption into it.
They don't affect the internet, Abi. They have
no, because the internet has a way that it works.
They have the control over the internet.
It's not as tough as the Abados.
It's
not as corrupt as the Abados. No. It's not as corrupt as you guys. It's not as corrupt as you guys.
Okay. Don't let us talk upon one another. Comparable fact. Are you there now to speak? You asked to speak the other time.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we are missing the whole thing. Everybody's speaking, we are just modeling the water. I think, what just transpired, what they just passed is the status quo. Exactly the same thing that was passed, in 2022. And that's what they just maintain right now. I think the discrepancies when we're talking about the real time, like the House approved and mandated to make the electronic transmission of result mandatory in real time. What they actually mean by the real time in each of the polling units, after everything, I think it's the form ECA has been signed. It has to be transferred to the IRA portal after every effort has been signed electronically.
Well, nobody's contesting that. I'm not against that.
No, but the problem we have, they gave the INEC, the key parties to upload it whenever they want to. And that's where criminality come in.
No.
You don't have to. After they have signed it has to be transmitted from there.
The polling unit officer does not have the right to use the device to take the picture of the ECA.
No, they do. That's where
no.
Whether they like it or not.
Wait,
it's besides to law. There's nothing you can do about it anymore.
Ken, you need to calm down, okay? I don't know what you're drinking. You just need to calm down.
Yeah, you think kind.
No. I the politics they play now.
Clarity.
There's nothing you can do. It's besides to law.
Don't worry. More catch you a rig. Come with 2027.
Anyway,
your B is what I need most.
One problem I had with the wording of the law before it was amended was that it left a lot of space for very litigious individuals to actually invalidate the results in many polling units based on the idea that let's say for whatever reason that the polling unit officer uses the BVAS to take the picture at 6:31. Remember the scenario I painted. Election counting, everything had finished at 6:30. The ECHA form had been filled out in the presence of everybody to everybody's satisfaction at 6:31. And between 6:31, 6:32, 6:35, the polling unit officer had used the BVAS to take the picture of the ECHA that is satisfactory to everybody there. Let's say for whatever reason that image does not reach the IREV within, let's say, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Okay, let's say it doesn't even reach the IREF for another 5, because we've seen in some places, okay, there are some very rural places in the likes of Bayelsa, that we've seen that the polling unit officer does not reach the ward or the local government for another 8 hours.
Which 8 hours? Where are you coming from?
No.
Hold on. Can I come in? I need to point out something.
Yeah.
What you saying?
Wait. In Bayelsa, do you have to travel 8 hours? Where in Bayelsa?
We have seen some incidents in some parts of Bayelsa, Ilaje, and the right areas that it takes the polling unit officer
8 hours.
Yes, right. Even it takes them even the next day. Because think about this. Sometimes by the time they finish, it's very late at night. They might not be able to travel because some of the places they are going to are remote. Okay, and they don't have their own private, they actually organize transport and logistics. Remember, one of the issues with INEC is the fact that INEC itself does not own its logistics capacity, that they actually contract. And they contract, and one of the arguments that they had the last time was that they were contracted to NURTW that is dominated by individuals that are allied to APC. That was one of the arguments they had in the past. INEC themselves don't have their own logistical capacity. These are young people, they finish very late. When they finish very late, they have to pack up all the equipment they use for polling. They have to pack up, they will have structures they have to pack up. Okay, they have to pack it up, load it. Sometimes because logistics is not their own private logistics, let's say there's a boat that brought them. That boat might not be waiting for them. That boat have to come and collect them. They don't get. Sometimes they don't start going back to the port on the next day.
My brother, please. In the last election, the beavers will not have network, but people's phone have network. The beavers will not have network, which means that they said the only way that beaver could have malfunctioned on that day was somebody switched it off. Who switched it off? Till today, nobody has answered that question. Who switched it off? Nobody has answered that question to date.
The problem you have.
Most of these results you are seeing today are really prepared ECA form by INEC.
Please.
You can see that it did not have the signatures of other agents. Yes, they may not have those agents, but it gave them the opportunity to rewrite all those results that you're seeing there.
Joel, okay.
So my point is just simple. If INEC themselves that built the machine just said they have never had a situation where it took them 5 minutes, 10 minutes to get somebody that even if you don't have, you can get Wi-Fi from somebody. You can get Wi-Fi. But on that day, that beavers was not working.
Wait.
That is the point.
Well, I want you to ask me.
So we are saying make it mandatory so that they won't say revert to the EC8 form. Because what they are saying is that if there's any problem with the machine, then you have to revert to the EC8 form. That is where they use the incident form to do all the digging.
There's no more incident form. Don't bring the word incident form in.
No, but that is what it states now. Because if you're going to present if there's a discrepancy between what was uploaded and the EC8 form, the paper copy, that one of the paper copy will go ahead. That's the point we're trying to fight. Why do you think we're outside? You think we're just outside if everything was answered? Why do you think we're outside?
Wait. Please wait. Wait for 1 second, okay? Because this aggrandizement is pissing me off. Okay, do not aggrandize yourself, the absolute authority.
It's not aggrandizement. I'm telling you why the people were outside yesterday. You are here in the United States or somewhere. You don't know what is going on in Nigeria. People were protesting yesterday and they were tear gassed yesterday. That's the point we are talking about. It's serious.
Okay,
it's serious.
I understand where you're coming from.
What are you talking about?
Wait, I don't think it. Wait now, Joel. Wait. Are you? Do you know how many polling units are in Nigeria, across Nigeria? Do you have an idea?
176,000.
Okay. And in the 176,000 polling units, are you telling me that you know for an absolute fact that within 5 minutes? Now, forget what Mike Igini is saying, because Mike Igini was a bloody failure. Because we all witnessed the failures of Mike Igini in the way they conducted elections.
Which election? Which election?
Several elections they conducted in
No. Look, let me tell you. For every election, they gave you the reason why, and he gave you historical proof.
Yes,
he gave you. If you had listened to him, he will tell you that they were improving. As they were going, they were improving on the previous election. So that's what was going on. So it doesn't make him. It doesn't make him a failure.
A bloody hypocrite, because Mike Igini
It's not.
Almost all the interviews is giving.
It has more integrity than Tinubu. Far more integrity than Tinubu.
I've listened to Mike Igini over the years, and Mike Igini, for whatever reason, he's not in INEC anymore, so he probably has he's probably able.
He has retired.
He's more able to express his partisan position, probably more openly now. That is why he's trying to do an about face. Mike Igini knows, and he has said it in the past, and he knows for a fact that he cannot guarantee. Absolutely, remember that when you're talking about elections, you need to make sure that the vote of every single individual that comes out to vote, that their vote is ultimately counted, that their vote is not manipulated, and that there's no malpractice. The ideal is that. Now, that is an ideal. Now, are you able to tell me for a fact, and because Kenny put that question to AY earlier on, can you tell me that for a fact that in all the more than 100,000 polling units spread across Nigeria, in some parts of Nigeria you have the plateau, okay? There's places like Mambila. Have you ever heard of what it takes to reach that Mambila plateau? There's communities.
They said they can organize election in 92% of the place. They will only have a problem with 8%.
Wait, they can organize elections organizing election is not what we are contending.
In 92% of Nigeria, they can transmit results in real time. In 92% of Nigeria, that the only place they can have internet issue is in about 8%. They have done all these studies. Go and listen to the study. Go read the studies.
Yeah, Joe of Nigeria is right. It's right.
Can you wait? Now,
Makigini is one of the most credible INEC commissioners.
Very credible.
Very
credible.
I followed that guy for years.
Let Arrow round up within 1 minute.
Okay.
What you have said now, because what you have said is really what is going to make you follow this route. You have said, and this is the same thing I'm contending, and I don't disagree with you, that INEC are saying that they can make sure that election, because election is really completed at the polling unit legally now, when the beavers takes the picture, okay, of the EC8 form and attempts to transmit it. If it's able to transmit it successfully within 5 minutes or not to the IREV is a different question. But even you are now saying that INEC says they can conduct election and do that and make sure that INEC is populated with at 92% of the over 100,000. Now, Joel, the problem with the law is this: the law needs to capture those 8%, because those 8% are no less Nigerians than the people that live in Lagos. So
they gave solution to that. Just snap it, get to where there's internet, and it will upload. Simple.
Easy.
Easy.
So we are not arguing. I agree with that. What you are now saying is this: I don't want an incident form, and I don't want any other manual, no. However, what I'm telling you is this: you cannot use the IREV as a tool of collation. The IREV is a tool of reference. Ultimately, when the polling unit officer gets to the ward, what the polling officer at the ward is going to use for collation is the form EC8A, the original. Now,
correct.
Now, what you need to make sure, what INEC, it's really, ultimately it is Nigerians that are going to do it. See, it is ultimately Nigerians will be the only ones that will benefit from fair elections. What we need to make, all of us, they say, I see, what's that statement? Something perpetual, what's the name? The price of gold. All of us need to have our eyes open. At the ward, we need to make sure that, number one, the EC8 form has not been manipulated between when it leaves the polling unit and when it gets to the ward, and when it gets from the ward to the state or the local government and upwards. Now, the individual at the ward that's going to receive the from EC8A needs to look at it, reference the IREV, and at the same time, you know that at that ward level, there will also be political officers from each of the political parties that would have received from their own officers at the polling units what their officers had. So we need to make sure that the EC8 form that is brought by the polling unit officer matches the IREV, matches all the ones that that was given to the security officer at the polling unit. Once we know that there's no deviation between all those EC8 forms, then we can go ahead and collect at the ward. That would also be replicated at the local government.
Arrow, you are speaking like you are living in a real world. Nigeria is not an ideal world.
You are talking like a human being. I wish it happened the way you're talking about. If it happened like this, nobody will be on the streets.
Sorry, guys. Let me ask.
If it happened like that, nobody will be on the streets.
What are you arguing about then?
Let me ask a real question. No
matter, no law can.
Question for you. Arrow, question for you. So the system we currently have, we've been using for years. Do you know how politicians rig election in Nigeria during election?
Okay, there's a few number of ways. Now with the beavers, you cannot have overvoting, because once you have overvoting, that is out of the question. So overvoting is out of the question. Incident form is out of the question. So those were perpetually used prior to the 2022 election. But the 2020 election, the use of beavers cancelled those.
Let me quickly help you.
Let me finish. Don't help me.
No, you are explaining too much. You don't know. Trust me, you don't know.
Collation
centers, that is where election
exactly. Let me get there now. Let me explain to you what I know.
Nothing to explain. Just say it.
Wait, now, what is being used? And you know, I mentioned earlier that what we need to make sure that what we can focus on is the integrity of the EC8 form and the collation process. So this is where we need to focus our attention. And the new law and the old law would not undo that. Even if you bring 10 million laws, it is ultimately individuals that are going to do the collation. What we need to make sure is that all of us are fair and the collation is not subject to manipulation. And the only way you can make sure that is true is to make sure that when the ECH form is filled out at the polling unit, that is filled out fairly and it is filled out to represent what actually happened. When the ECH form arrives at the ward level, we need to make sure that ultimately what happened at the polling unit area is also what is actually being populated in ward. What is
I don't get it, but I don't get it, but let me just ask you this question. Then you add it to what you're answering. Let me add it to your answer, please. See, what if, because we've talked about agents, right? And we have a situation where you don't have party agents. Probably and definitely you're going to have that of APC, right? And APC person signs the form, right? And the people were not able to escort the officer down to wherever they're going to submit the results. And the thing changes midway. Who do you think would talk? See, there's no party agent. It's only the APC. Whatever the APC says, wait. If you change the result, that is what it's going to be.
Ask that question again.
And if I said this, right? If there's a police, for instance, there's a police station, right? And there are no polling agents from other political parties. And let's say, for instance, just for this case study, we have only party agent for APC.
Okay.
And it was being transported.
Don't use APC. You can just don't put any.
No, because they get
the dangerous thing you are trying to do is this: you are actually making a suggestion
I'm giving you a case scenario, and I'm giving you the likely characters.
Don't use any case party. I'm not.
No. I'm giving you a scenario. And I'm giving you the likely characters.
Okay, guys, hold on. Let me even add this one to the discussion, and you take it along. Now, when is the next election? Is it February or November? What did the National Assembly?
They've not decided yet, but most likely in December, so that it doesn't.
I'm reading something that is going to be in November. Is that true? I just want you to add it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they're trying to.
It doesn't matter when it is. The main thing is that when it does happen, the integrity needs to be guaranteed. That doesn't matter when it is.
No. I don't get it, but losers. We are still not mature to the point that loser we accept. The only reason they
losers don't have to accept. Losers do not have to accept. What is going to happen is going to happen. They don't have to. You don't have to accept your loss. It will not invalidate your loss.
No,
you cry for to the end of the world if you have lost and
can we put the election
anyway hold on for a while. Awo is here, so maybe we can document his voice too, because we are gradually approaching a 5 hours mark. And please super chat, like, and subscribe. So Awo, welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Compliment of the season. So, what I know is that whatever plan Obi Atiku have, it has been busted. There's nowhere in the world where election is 100% electronics. Even America, they are shouting that they are going to the embassy to go and protest. Does America have all their system on the internet? The last election, they were promising themselves, they should not worry. They were planning how they will plan cyber attack on INEC. That is why they are crying foul, and that is how it will be. Okay. For instance, I come from Osun State. Okay. Deep inside Osun, in my own village, there are people there, and there's no nothing like internet. Do you want those people not to vote just because It is Obi and Atiku.
They're going
Where
to vote.
there's no mass, there's nothing, and you are shouting, yeah, electronics must be 100%. Where in the world, which country play with put their election 100%? Even as you are talking, most of them as they are talking now, did they get 100% telephone service on their phone? Does internet not just break once in a while? Not to talk of where there's no mass, no internet completely. All those villages in each of those states. So they should not vote. I don't know why people are
should
just
vote. They will start, and when they get to internet, it will upload. I don't know what they're talking about. They should take a picture of it. You don't need internet to take a picture. When you take a picture
now, did they now cancel the internet? They didn't cancel it. They said 2 of them should go pari passu. So what is the cry foul there? Why?
The foul there is. You want me to answer? I will just give you 30 seconds. The problem is this, right? They said that if, for instance, there was no internet, right, then they should resort to the EC8 form.
Meanwhile, when there is internet, they should do it the normal way they're supposed to.
Yes, so you know, as Nigeria is now, that day there won't be internet. So that's what people are talking about. That when you give the politicians a loophole, that any loophole that politicians put in there, that's what they're going to do. They also give an example of when they gave loophole for people that have no hand, and the whole local government, none of them had hands. So that's
you is just saying nonsense. Joel, can you listen? Can you hear me? Joel,
you listen. Hold on, it's my turn now. Hold on, it's my turn.
Let me ask Joel one question. Joel, let me make it clear to you. The EC8K form is the only form used for collation. Nobody's using IREV. So I think the problem you have is this: you think that IREV will be used for collation. No, IREV is for reference. The EC8A form is the original that will be used. IREV will be used for reference.
That is why they said there's a discrepancy between what is uploaded on IREV and the EC8 form, that the EC8 form is what is going to go. That is the way the problem is.
So in that case, Joel, okay, if there's a discrepancy, then when you get to court, you then have it in the court, and you get to court and you go to the Supreme Court and you say, well, my lord, there's a discrepancy. I can tell you that the discrepancy is because there's been a manipulation. I can show you
the case now is both electronic and manual. With this law, it means both of them are tenable in the law court. Why the cry? For goodness sake. Both of them are tenable. It has been passed to law. That means the law recognizes both manual and electronic. So what is agony? If not that you people, if not that, who are the politicians? Are you the politician? Is it not your B and Atiku that they are planning how to attack the
APC that is in charge? APC that is in charge of INEC, the judiciary, and now the legislature. Those are the ones.
My brother, let us be reasonable. Let us be reasonable. Both electronic and manual, okay, with this law now, okay, are tenable. So if you want to make a request that is reasonable. You cannot say it must be 100% as you want, so that it can convenience for you to carry out your attack. In my own village, for instance, it can never be. Okay? Are you saying people in my village should not vote? The excuse you people are giving is not even reasonable in any way. Because
you're the one that carries them. We have said that you can vote, but we are talking about uploading it.
If you are talking about upload, okay, uploading is the least of the problem in electoral fraud in Nigeria, and neither of the all candidates can say they are completely innocent. Okay, So
don't do that. Ogami,
there's
let me ask
no
you this
one
one
of
question.
them.
Let me ask you this one question. Why is it that in the last election, the beaver had no network. People's phones around the beaver had network.
Okay. In how many polling units do you know in Nigeria?
It happened. No, there was glitches.
Hold on. You're asking me a question. And I will answer you this way. How many polling units did you know in Nigeria?
Many.
How many?
On that day.
I said how many polling? How many polling units?
A lot
how
of
many
them.
Polling units?
A lot of them. Yeah.
How many? How many did you know? The whole polling units in Nigeria. How many are they?
176,000. Above
176,000.
Yeah.
So, okay. How many by your own record? That the machine was
big enough to rig the 2023 election.
Big enough. You don't have you are not different from Obi that carry bag of nonsense go court. You don't even have your facts correct, see, my brother. You don't have your facts. See, let me tell you. See, let's just be reasonable. Okay, there's no way 100% electronics can work in Nigeria. Not even in developed countries. Not to talk of Africa. Okay, so let us forget all these shenanigans. Let us focus. If Nigeria wants to get a credible polling, okay, where they should start from is by putting a strong law that will criminalize people who are buying votes, which no politician in Nigeria. Listen, my brother, let me land you now. Why are you just cutting him?
They reduced the penalty to 5 million. I'm just trying to help you now.
That is where we should see. That is where we should start from. If our focus is for credible election, not this mago that all this opposition are planning how to attack INEC server. Okay, if you are really interested in clean polling system, okay, fight for how everybody that people that buy votes, how they will be strongly criminalized. That is where we should start from. And who amongst them can raise up his hand and say he doesn't buy votes?
No, nobody can say that, but Speaker, are you talking?
So let us channel our energy to something that
Do you think they're terrorists? Do you think they're terrorists? Please, President, hold on, please. Do you think that electoral riggers are terrorists?
It depends on how you define your own terrorism.
Thank you very much.
It depends on your definition of terrorism.
Everybody hold on. So I know that Prince Daddy want to interguess. Let him please go ahead.
Okay.
Oh yeah, thanks. I was going to ask the speaker talking if you want to punish the receivers or the givers when it comes to buying of the votes. That'd be
if there's no seller, there cannot be buyer.
No. The givers, people, right?
No, the givers should be punished. The givers.
Yeah, but
the giver that is hungry.
Good luck catching the givers. Okay, good luck catching them. But see, to the speaker, I didn't catch speaker's name, but what you said earlier, I'm not sure if it's correct. See, the electronic transmission of the election results is subservient to the electoral current law, the way it is. See, you can say
both of them go concurrent. Both of them go concurrent.
I don't know.
That is why before you stick to an argument, you first understand the issue. Okay, get your facts right.
No.
Before you speak on argument.
Okay, no, I don't think you. I don't know who you are. I don't think you're the INEC chairperson. I mean, I'm talking based on analysis from from an expert on the Nigerian television. So you two, I don't think you know it all. So please listen.
See, the experts you are watching on the television, most of them don't even read the law. They are just giving emotional statements. Okay.
Mikey Guinea.
Of course. It's not a woman being. Mikey Guinea is not a woman being. The village where Michael Guinea come from, does internet work there?
Everybody hold on, everybody hold on. I think give Prince Daddy the floor, please.
Okay, let me the speaker. What's your name? Because you two interject a lot. What's your name?
I will.
Okay, so so what you're saying, in other words, if they go to court and you're saying that this the electronic result can be easily or equally substituted for the manual paper.
No one is substituted. Both of them go concurrent. That is the same level of way of law. This one has, this one too has. Okay, so it is now meant for juxtaposition.
Hold on, please. Okay, so if there's a discrepancy between the two options, which one do you go with? Which one does the court go with?
If for instance, now you said there's discrepancy in the one electronically transmitted, okay,
and the physical
okay.
manual paper.
Now, let me answer that. Okay, for instance, there's discrepancy in the one electronically transmitted. Okay, so it is now left for the juxtaposition of your own agent, my own agent, police that stand as neutral. Okay, so if any of those one are not, there's no discrepancy, it definitely means the manual one will go with it. Okay, so if the one you have manual is there's discrepancy in it. Okay, but the one in electronic transmitted corresponded with the one the party agent 1, party agent 2, party agent 3, party agent 4,